All right, sorry I'm late. Traffic was a little slow today. All right, so Senate Bill 31 relative. We'll open up our public hearing. Senate Bill 31, and here from our prime sponsor, Representative Senator Soucy. Good morning, Senator Soucy.
Committee. For the record, I'm Donna Soucy. I represent Senate District 18, comprised of the town of Litchfield and 5 wards in the city of Manchester. And I'm here today introducing Senate Bill 31 on behalf of the Insurance Department. Senate Bill 31 makes several technical changes to the law administered by the Insurance Department, and these include to permit third-party administrators, TPAs, that cannot meet licensing requirements for either net worth or audited financial statements to post a bond instead. Modernize language in RSA 412:6, which regulates forms and rates for property and casualty insurance. This change clarifies the insurer's...
Excuse me, Senator, please talk into the microphone. Thank
Okay.
you.
This change clarifies the insurer's obligations and deletes unnecessary language in that statute. Further, it clarifies the registration requirements in relation to consumer guarantee contracts for property and casualty insurance. This change to the statute requires insurers to register if they're going to sell consumer guarantee contracts. The change would allow the department to track the exact number of companies who are selling these contracts. It updates in an accurate RSA reference in RSA 420J:5. And lastly, makes amendments to the statute on federal healthcare reform. The change to RSA 420N will clarify the department's primary regulatory authority over insurance reforms implemented by the Affordable Care Act. Also extends to amendments to the ACA and related laws. Heather Silverstein from the Insurance Department is here and I think can answer your more technical questions should you have them, but as always, I remain open to questions, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Heather. Even though I know you wrote such a wonderful thing there for Senator Soucy to read, I'm sure there's more detail that you would love to go through.
Good morning. My name is Heather Silverstein. I'm General Counsel at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. Yes, thank you, Senator Soucy, for introducing our bill today. This is a technical bill, you know, as we practice at the department and we are in the statutes and we use the statutes and we apply the statutes, there's times that we realize something is either out of date or not working or confusing. So this bill is our effort to try to get some of the language in our statutes up to date and make it more clear. That's the overall premise of this particular bill. With regard to third-party administrators, we're permitting a bond. This is an unusual situation. It would be, instead of the normal financial requirements, it's in the situation, according to our financial director, is unusual, but if a TPA was doing work for an unlicensed insurance company, that would be the situation. And they wanted a license in New Hampshire. So they wanted a TPA license in New Hampshire. And so he feels comfortable with the posting of the bond in those situations. So that's why we're adding that language. The RSA 412:6 with regard to property and casualty contracts, the language was confusing with regard to prepayment of judgments, and we didn't want the language in there to make it seem like whether the insured could pay or not was a condition related to the contract. That is not, you know, something that we would want as a condition in there. So we cleaned that up. Like we needed that to be more clear. With regard to RSA 415C, our consumer guarantee contracts, we want to know who is registered to sell them. And currently in New Hampshire, we don't know all the players. And so these changes here make it so that we know everybody that is selling these in New Hampshire. And that's important for us because if we want to, at some point, maybe do an exam or do exams on these particular entities, we know who's registered here. So this is what this language did to clean up 415C. And then the last couple of changes were really like correcting a typo with regard to 420J5 in relation to annual reports, the annual report reference. And then under 420N, just making it clear that even if there's amendments to the Affordable Care Act or other health insurance related federal laws, that we are the primary regulator and we would be the ones reviewing the forms related to those laws. So that's what this bill does.
Okay, the only question I have, again, is the surplus line. So this is, we're trying to identify the people rather than the product, right? The product still has to be submitted to the department, and I know we have, I think I sponsored the legislation for the instant approval of a submitted product, but this is the people who are actually selling it.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we wanted to make that clear, that we want to know everybody that's selling this.
Right. Okay. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anybody else who would like to speak on Senate Bill 31? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
I'll be right back.
the public hearing on Senate Bill 82 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator Susie. Good morning again, Senator
Good
Susie.
morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Once again, Donna Susie, representing Senate District 18. This time here on Senate Bill 82, relative to prompt payment for managed care. This bill merely attempts to ensure that claims that are processed in a timely manner. Providers here in New Hampshire have experienced delays in getting claims fully adjudicated, processed, and paid according to the current statute. And the delay has resulted in accounts receivable for providers well beyond 90 days from the date of service. What this delay does is impacts patients. When you receive one of those, this is not a bill, explanation of benefit forms from the carrier with the final balance due after insurance payment, those are not issued in a timely manner. If those are not being resolved in a timely manner, you as a consumer, a patient, don't recognize what you owe as part of provision of service based on the insurance coverage that you have. So what the bill attempts to do is reduce or eliminate some of the ongoing issues of unresolved processing of claims. And if the carriers have denied or suspended a claim, requested and received the additional information from the provider, then this bill provides that the claim needs to be adjudicated within 45 days. After 45 days, if the carrier fails to act, fails to request additional information or provide reason for dispute of payment, the claim would be treated as clean and then paid. And that is essentially the issue, Mr. Chairman, is to make sure that if the carriers are providing coverage, and as long as the providers of service are providing the necessary information and clean claim is a term of art that's used in the statute. These bills do get paid, and then we as consumers can pay our share as well to the extent we are required based on our own individual plans. Be happy to take any questions. I know there are folks here from the industry as well as from the Hospital Association that will speak to you about more specific instances where this has occurred and has really led to concern and the reason for the bill.
We do have a question.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. Could you just give us a real world hypothetical example of what you've just described?
Well, I did not bring any of my own medical bills with me, but interestingly enough that you asked that question, last November, not November of 23, November of 21, I fell and injured my knee, and I went to urgent care the time I did it. This past November of 22, I received a statement, and I kind of scratched my head because I couldn't figure out what it was referring to. And I looked at it a second time, and when I did, I realized it was the claim from a year ago that was finally being resolved. Now, at that point, I have a plan with a deductible, so I had already satisfied my deductible, but it was left hanging. I don't know the reason that it hadn't been resolved, but the entity that provided me care that day in November of 21 did not receive payment from my carrier until November of the following year. And that's the kind of situation we're trying to avoid, to the extent that all of the proper information to make the claim, a clean claim,
Yep.
has been satisfied.
Follow, please.
Further question, may inquire?
So, so you had an incident in November of 21.
Mhm.
And then in November of 22, you receive a bill from the provider, the urgent care.
No.
No.
No, what I received was a statement from my insurer saying that they had paid the claim
Yes.
because I have a deductible of $2,000. That had already been satisfied because of other services. I did not owe anything additionally, but the provider had not been paid until that time. And what we're trying to do is ensure that those claims that have the appropriate information provided to the insurer just get paid in a timely fashion. We just want them to pay what they have negotiated with the carriers, with the providers, and pay those bills.
Which they did, but not in a timely fashion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I was wondering what the average time is, if you know, to adjudicate these claims.
Representative Burrows, I think there are people who will testify after me that
Okay.
might be better suited to answer the question. Off my own experience, I couldn't give you a good answer.
Follow up?
Further question?
And again, it
Clerk?
might be people coming after you, but do you know what the obstacles have been in terms of why, like your claim that you talk about took so long?
In my specific instance, it's unclear to me why it did take so long. There, I know, have been some changes. Some of the carriers have changed computer systems. That has caused delays. There are from time to time delays because a carrier fails to provide sufficient information. So that, once again would, renew the clock and give, the provider failed to provide sufficient information. But we do know, and as I said, you will hear testimony, particularly from the Hospital Association, what is happening is sometimes it can take 90 days, 120 days. I attended a legislative breakfast of a Manchester hospital this past week, and they have outstanding claims of more than $1.6 million that are well over 120 days. So what that does to the entity is then it makes it harder for them in turn to pay their bills. And we're just looking for a little more efficiency and timeliness of payment.
So, Senator, before you go, jog my memory. I feel like we just did this legislation not so long ago about the timely payments. Am I crazy, or you don't remember?
We may have done other legislation, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
I don't
just feels like-
specifically remember, but I can tell you that there is an ongoing issue that we're trying to resolve through this legislation.
Okay. So, and then the way I read the bill is they have these dates. If you put in 45 days, but but I see that within 15 days, supposed to make claim, 30 days upon receipt, and then processing and explaining why it's not paid timely. And you scratch out if the required notice is not provided. So I'm not sure what the consequence of taking that phrase out, but all I see is that it fails to provide required notice, but which is saying the same thing,
Well,
right? If it fails to require the notice, we just said if the required notice is not provided. So it just seems a little bizarre. And then we have a new date, a new number thrown in here, and I just wasn't sure how that follows with the 15 and the 30 days that are already in the statute.
Well, once again, the 15 and the 30 days are about submission of the claim. To be clear, we're taking out the required notice part and expanding on it to be sure that it's clear that the carrier has to provide notice, and their failure to do so within 45 days, we're trying to give a decent window of time to resolve the claim, results in it being deemed clean and their need to pay.
But they've already says that they need to make a notice of why they're not paying it. They have, as long as the statute is saying you give us the reasoning, and then you're just repeating the same thing,
Well, it does
and then
say
saying,
provide
but now
notice
you
or
have this penalty is that if whatever notice they got, they didn't get it, or they didn't see it, or they didn't, now all of a sudden they're gonna call up and say, now you got to pay it, and the insurance company is going to say, what do you mean you got to pay it? We're in compliance because we complied with the first part of the current law.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we are trying to do is make more explicit that the carrier has an obligation to adjudicate the claim within the 45 days, and failure to do so. I think this just makes the language more express.
Okay.
Because as I said, this although we have, you're right, I think, I'm not sure how many years ago, have been looking at this statute, there is still a problem with long outstanding claims without adequate notice to the provider of how to resolve them, and it's resulting in burden on the providers.
Right. So, but basically, it's just, I guess the key word in this case is adjudicate.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you're expecting that within 45 days, this thing's going to get solved.
Unless the carrier requires additional information and provides notice.
Right, but that was already required before 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, it implies that even if they did require more information, it doesn't matter. At 45 days, it's got to be adjudicated. Because they've already given the notice or the explanation of why it wasn't paid on time.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, we'll review this in committee. We'll have a subcommittee on it. Yeah.
So in your real world example, did in fact the carrier violate the existing language of the statute 15, 30, and 45?
Yes, I don't know how many exchanges they had with the provider that I went to, but yes, they would have, because they needed to provide notice of the reason that they are failing to pay the claim. And absent doing so, it should be deemed clean and they should have paid.
Okay, Representative Gibbs, you have a question? No? Okay.
That it's at 45 days that the claim turns into a clean claim and has to be paid.
Correct.
And then, further question, the requirement is that the insurer notify the healthcare provider or covered person of the reason for denying or that there's a problem with the claim. My question is, and I'm going to tell you the reason for the question and then ask you to answer. My question is, did you consider revising it to the insurer shall notify both the provider and the covered person of the problem and the need for additional information? And the reason that I asked it is because of the experience that I had that we had actually heard about before, when I received a bill for $37,000 from Concord Hospital because I had Medicare Part A but not Part B because I kept my employer providing insurance on retirement. So some things Blue Cross required to cover and other things Medicare required to cover. And the hospital had not provided all the information that was needed to determine that it was actually Blue Cross required to pay that $37,000 bill. But I had no idea of this until I received the $37,000 bill, which was about 6 or 7 months after the surgery had been done. And I called up and I said, what the heck is going on? We had many back and forth conversations on the telephone.
Okay, let's let her answer the question.
Okay, but my point is that if they had notified me as well as the hospital, I could have gotten it straightened out sooner. So yes, thank you. And did you consider making it notify both the provider and the
So thanks for that question, Representative Gibbs. No, I didn't consider that. I mean, that's certainly something that I think the committee in its wisdom could consider, because you are right. There are times that perhaps intervening as the patient, particularly for those of us that have a deductible to meet earlier in time, you want to resolve those issues and hopefully get them paid. So that may make sense to have those of us who are patients intervene and assist with trying to resolve these claims more quickly. But I leave that to the committee.
Okay. Guess we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Chair will call on Paula Minahan from the New Hampshire Hospital Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Paula Minihan, Senior Vice President, State Government Relations with the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals in the state. We are in strong support of Senate Bill 82, and we do appreciate Senator Susi sponsoring this bill, as well as all the co-sponsors with bipartisan support. This does amend the prompt pay statute slightly. We did ask Senator Susi to put this bill in, and the reason, I think she did a great job explaining why we need it. But it is to ensure ultimately that the health care claims that are submitted to the carriers are in fact processed in a timely manner. And unfortunately, our hospitals have experienced ongoing delays in having claims processed in a timely manner. So what 82 does is merely clarify when the carrier either denies or suspends, which is the current statute. We don't have the entire statute in the bill. We're just amending a certain part of that statute. That the carrier receives the additional information that they that was requested from the hospital or the healthcare provider. They must adjudicate within the 45 days. And the problem is if they don't adjudicate, what happens? Because that's kind of the loophole, if you will, right now. They don't adjudicate within 45 days. So what we did was we took existing statute, and Chairman Hunt, you did identify that right now it says if the required notice is not provided. Well, that's not necessarily the issue. What we did was we took that and we just changed that language. We removed that, and then we just added if the health carrier either fails to provide required notice or, and the new language is to adjudicate the claim within 45 calendar days of receipt of additional information. That's the new language. So we're just saying you have all the requirements before, and then if you don't do it within 45 days, then it becomes a clean claim, which I think Representative Gibbs articulated. So that's really what this does. This has the delays in claims processing, as Senator Susi said, does cause much confusion for patients as because the claims are not processed in a timely manner. The responsibility, the patient responsibility determined is many months later, results in confusion. They get the EOB or the explanation of benefits from the carrier. Then the patient responsibility balance due from the provider is sent, and confusion ensues. So on behalf of the hospitals and the patients that we care for, we do strongly urge you to support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Can I just answer the comment or question that Representative Gibbs had relative to sending bills at the same time? I think that could cause even more confusion, and I believe I don't see the contracts between the providers and the carriers, but I don't believe they're allowed to bill the patient. You don't send a bill to a patient; it will just really cause confusion. So it's really waiting for the processing and then whatever the balance is due. And I think in this case, it was a case of not having the provider not having all the information on all the insurance plans that perhaps you had at the time. So that is a coordination of benefits, because typically they would know if you have Part A and a supplemental, then they would know to bill Medicare first and then the supplemental follows. So that I think was just a case of not having all the information that unfortunately that they needed. I don't believe sending a bill to the patient would help. I think it could actually cause more confusion, because we don't want patients paying for claims that are covered by insurance. But that's not what we're asking. We're just asking that these be processed in a timely manner. So happy to answer any questions.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is really a follow-up comment.
Is this a would you believe or an actual question?
Okay, would you believe? Yes. Would you believe that I was not asking that anyone send me a bill, which, however, they eventually did for a payment that was actually owed by Blue Cross.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it was a coordination of benefits problem, but I had in fact provided them with all the information. They just had not recorded it correctly. And this is what they told me. They had not recorded it correctly and therefore had not provided all the information either to Medicare or to Blue Cross. And therefore Medicare and Blue Cross were just passing it back and forth, both refusing to pay it, which then, as I said, 6 or 7 months later resulted in them sending me a bill, which in fact I did not owe. So what I was suggesting was not that anybody send me a bill, which I wish they had not done, but they did anyway, but rather that they send, but what I was suggesting, and I guess my question is then, do you see a problem with this? Send a notice to the patient that there's a problem, because it was only when I got involved that
Okay, so
the
I
problem
think I think we got it.
was resolved.
I think we got it.
So
I
do you
think
see
she
a
got it.
problem with that?
Yeah. Yes. You know, would you believe it could just be yes or no?
Healthcare is very complicated and insurance billing is really complicated. So I do believe that there was an error, and I am hopeful that it got resolved in a positive manner that you were satisfied with.
Okay. Representative Terry has another question.
Thank you. So I love these terms that we get on a routine basis. And the term here is clean claim. In distinction, I presume, to dirty claim. But I don't think that's what you mean.
Claim with
Clean
question.
versus dirty, but the term is not defined here. So so I just want you to be sure here that clean actually means that there's no more information that's going to be requested or provided. There's no more anything. It just becomes finalized. That is, it's all finished, and you have to pay the claim.
Right. Thank you for the question. And yes, these terms are defined. So if you go to 420J8, small a, prompt pay
You gotta look at the bigger
required.
law.
So go to the
Definitions.
the
Okay.
full. There is a definition of clean claim,
And it is?
and it means a claim for payment of covered healthcare expenses that is submitted to a health carrier on the carrier's standard claim form using the most current published procedural codes, with all the required fields completed with correct and complete information in accordance with the carrier's published filing requirements. I believe, I'm going to age myself, but I believe I was involved in this back in 2000 when this bill, and I believe Chairman Hunt was here too. So I believe that's when this original prompt pay law was passed back in 2000.
There you go. So I
Here
knew,
we are.
I knew,
Here we are.
I knew this
23
was
years
deja
old.
vu.
So to clarify, the answer is yes. No more dilly-dallying around.
No more dilly-dallying.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we like that term too. No
And
more
you can use
dilly-dallying.
that. And you can use that when you get out of the shower. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Deborah Katz, the Pembroke Wellness Center, in support of the bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Deborah Cates. I am a registered nurse, practice manager, billing manager for Pembroke Wellness Center, which is one of the few independent practices in the Concord area. Let's see. And excuse me, this is the second time I've now done this in the past month for something in relationship to medical stuff. Let's see here. I've been employed at Pembroke Wellness Center for over 25 years, and I've been doing billing for Pembroke Wellness Center for 20 years. So I am very well versed in the medical billing world because that's how we survive as an independent practice at Pembroke Wellness Center. My husband sold the practice just 3-4 months ago to another independent physician, Dr. Jennifer McKenzie. I am in very strong support of SB 82. As a family practice office, we don't usually deal with large scale claims, meaning volume as large numbers. But recently, I had a claim deny with no reason behind this denial code, which was denial code CO45, which I'll just quickly read that it meant charges exceed your contractual legislated fee arrangement. Note this adjusted amount cannot equal the total service charge amount. Basically, the line item just denied. And it happened to be a line item that was over $1,000, which in our field, in my family practice office, we never bill out $1,000 claims, except this particular item that we were doing or dealing with was a medical device that we were using on a particular patient. Thank goodness in our office we can bill on ordering. I had 90 days to pay for this particular item because we actually, in our small office, our checkbook only runs $10,000 to $20,000 maximum at any given time. So having to pay for an item that costs $1,000 and having the insurance company deny said item. The claim was submitted to the insurance company clean. There was 0 errors on the claim. So I had been watching this particular claim. The patient was seen on January 25th. It was billed clean electronically on the 25th. I received a partial payment on 2/20, meaning 3 of the line items totally paid clean. The actual device denied. No idea why. I had to pick up the phone on 2/21. Most places would not notice that, but I was watching because I needed that money to come through our door. I called and they said, don't know why. We'll resubmit it to X, Y, and Z insurance company. I called again on 3/21, still waiting for my payment to come through the door. It did pay on 3/28, but it did require my person to pay me what amounted to be almost an hour's worth of time on a phone just getting a line item paid that should never have not paid. The other interesting thing to me was there was 0 interest that came with this line item that should have been paid cleanly straight out the door. But hey, let's see. And that's pretty much it on that. So thank you for your time.
We do have a question.
Thank you for taking my question. Just a simple question. How did you learn about this bill?
I know Paula Minahan.
It's a small state. Okay. But we appreciate having a real life example. Thank you very much for coming. I have one card left. Sabrina Dunlap from Anthem, who is in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I will be very brief. Sabrina Dunlap, I'm Director of Government Relations for Anthem. We do oppose the bill. We think it's repetitive and unnecessary. But if it does move forward, we have a very small requested edit just to clarify that the information that comes in is the actual information that is needed and necessary to process the claim. And I have a copy of the full 420J8A to show you where the little piece fits into the bigger picture, if that would be helpful. But it's just one minor change to add a word that says receipt of the requested additional information, not just receipt of additional information. Okay. Thank you.
And mine was working. Was working. Okay, so we close the public hearing.
Happened to Anita's too?
Yeah, well, I just knew it's having something over there. Oh, great. Now it's working. Just a matter of rebooting. we're running late now, is that, am I right? Okay. Okay, so we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 99. And I guess the senator's not here, but she has sent her trusty assistant. Sorry.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Daley Frenette, and I am the Senate Majority Caucus Director. I'm here this morning to introduce Senate Bill 99 on behalf of Senator Ricciardi. RSA 402-H:6 requires insurance carriers to conduct semi-annual audits of each contracted third-party administrator that administers benefits for more than 100 certificate holders. Currently, at least one of these audits must be on-site, and Senate Bill 99 would remove this on-site requirement. The COVID-19 pandemic led to a rapid implementation of virtual business practices. During this time, the New Hampshire Insurance Department, like that of most other states, gave insurance companies temporary allowance to conduct their administrator audits virtually. The success of virtual audits makes permanent modernization of administrator audit laws both prudent and timely. Since insurance carriers are ultimately accountable for the administrators with whom they contract, it is in the insurer's best interest to complete effective, comprehensive audits. In-person virtual audits, there we go. Virtual audits allow insurers to observe administrator staff where they primarily work in the digital realm. Virtual audits are more accurate, inclusive, and efficient, and more efficient than in-person audits. Insurers should have the discretion to decide whether an audit would be more effective virtually or in person. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. I will defer any questions to the advocates behind me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, we're calling Heather Silverstein from the Insurance Department and is in. Oh, he doesn't know anything.
I have a
He doesn't know anything. He's just a staffer. Okay, so do you have a question? You can ask me.
Sorry, I couldn't hear it. I do have a question, but I'll wait for whoever.
You
It's just
ask
on
me the
wording.
question. What is the question?
If they're talking about virtual reviews,
Right.
should we be able to have the word in here that says that?
Okay, so we now have the insurance departments coming up,
Okay.
and that would be a great question for you to ask her. No, I understand. Okay. Now, Heather. Well, you wrote 5 minutes, so. 142. Okay. Oh, I think okay. Yeah, that'd be great. We would want to know whether you guys are in support of the question of the bill. Anyways, you could say you don't take a position.
Good morning. I'm Heather Silverstein, General Counsel for the New Hampshire Insurance Department, and with me is Doug Bartlett, our Financial Director for the Insurance Department. Yes, we don't take a position as far as this bill goes, which is why I wasn't planning on speaking on it, and I can have Doug fill in the holes too as I speak. It is correct, during the pandemic, there was difficulty with getting audits done. The insurers are part of their obligations with regard to TPAs is that they have to audit these TPAs. And the way the statute used to read was that it appeared to be in person. And so this change allows it to be electronically, which is something that as a department, often when we do examinations of our companies, they used to be in person, and now there's plenty of times we review the files electronically. So we understand that you can still do that. You can still fulfill the obligation in an electronic manner as we do with our exams. But I can have Doug fill in more.
Okay, so I'll ask you right out of the block, Doug, because I know we charge when we do an on-site audit. There's a fee.
We do.
Right.
Yes.
I say we as the state of New
insurance
Hampshire. I'm
Yes,
taking
it is.
ownership. Yes. We as the New Hampshire, our insurance department charges for that visit. So when first reading this, it looks like all of a sudden now we just saved some money for that entity because we are not going to do that audit. But of course, we are doing that audit. but
has
you're
nothing
doing
to
the
do with
audit.
us. This is,
This is the third party person doing
if an
the audit.
insurance company uses a TPA to settle their
do that.
claims, for
Okay.
example, this law says you have to audit them twice a year. It's got nothing to do with the insurance
Right,
department.
okay, just that, all right. And,
It's revenue neutral.
revenue, I got that. Okay, I just, thank you for clarifying that for me. So the question then would be is, in terms of your support or non-support, what is the consequence, or why was it put in the bill in the first place? Why is it in the law?
It's probably written a long time ago when people used to do physical audits before computers, and I mean, it's just never changed. And as Heather mentioned, and the person before me mentioned, during COVID, they did all virtual audits, for lack of a better word,
Okay,
and they're fine. I mean, when we do examinations of companies, we're usually only physically there when we interview management
management, right.
and do the management interviews, and maybe go, a week every 2 months or something, just to show a presence. But
But this legislation had nothing to do with that
nothing to do with
particular.
that. Nothing at all.
This is just using the TBA.
Right.
Okay, great. So Representative Spear, I've found there's somebody else in the room who will be able to answer your question, and they will be next. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Henry. I guess this bill is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the American Council of Life Insurers, which is the group that asked Senator Ricciardi to sponsor the bill. So the current law requires the insurance company to semi-annually audit their third-party administrators. So it's separate from what the department does. The statute says that at least one of them has to be on site. Now, New Hampshire is only one of 13 states that still requires an on-site audit. The statute was enacted well before there was an ability to do remote auditing. Now, some of the TPAs don't even have office space. They're doing it remotely. And so sometimes our folks will rent some space to meet with the people so they can fulfill the statute. So I think the pandemic proved that it can be done this way. And we approached the department back in the fall. I spoke with the commissioner because we wanted to make sure they were fine with the bill. And as was stated, he said, we're not going to take a position on the bill. That's something for the legislature to decide. But, it worked well through the pandemic, and that seems to be where everything is headed. So it's a pretty simple bill. It still requires the audits to be done. They were very effective, done remotely through the pandemic, and that's all we're looking for. And again, we're still just one of 13 states that requires on-site. Gradually, they're removing that in the statute. So,
Great. We do have questions. Representative Ammon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. Are there any requirements to preserve physical documents as part of record keeping that may need to be examined physically?
I will ask my person at ACLI. I'm not, intricately involved in this stuff, but I will get you the answer before you guys exec on the committee.
Okay. Representative Spear?
So now that I have the right person, I'm sorry about that. You took out the line that says at least one such review shall be on site, but you don't say the line that should say it could be done remotely. So it kind of sounds like a free-for-all at this point. So should you have something in there that says?
I wouldn't have any problem. I think that's what we were attending and assuming, but to make it clearer, if you think it should be in there, it'd be a friendly
and
amendment.
excuse me, follow on, but if you do it remotely, you could still provide any hard paper via email or
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
that might be needed that you were going to look up. Is that true?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? See none. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. Having no more cards on Senate Bill 99, then we'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 99. And we'll go to subcommittee. So Henry, do you mind just figuring out how you want to rewrite it so I can get the amendment drawn up? Thanks. Okay. Last but not least,
Mr. Chairman, did we say we wanted an amendment?
I just told,
Yeah, yes, but so you want an amendment?
I want the amendment so when
So
we
we
get
can
into
consider that?
subcommittee, we can discuss it. You know, but that in general, I usually like to have the language worked out ahead of time so that the subcommittee won't then have to have another subcommittee if they're, you know, try to expedite the subcommittee. But, okay. So the 142. Okay. And Senator Lang. Good morning, Senator Lang. I didn't see you hiding behind that speaker. Okay.
Thank you, committee members. Thank you, House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. My name is Tim Lang. I'm a state senator serving District 2. I'm the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. I also was a previous House member for 3 terms prior to becoming a senator, serving as chair of Fish and Game. I'm introducing Senate Bill 142 at the request of the Insurance Department. This bill passed the Senate on the consent calendar with a 5-0 vote and a unanimous vote on consent. Senate Bill 142 clarifies statute which regulates forms and rates for property casualty insurance. The department proposed removing the phrase rating bureau and rating organization from the forms and rates law and RSA 412. Both are antiquated phrases that are no longer in use at the department. The current relevant term is advisory organization. This bill also amends RSA 412:16 to clarify the language regarding confidentiality of insurers' proprietary information submitted with the rate or rule filings. The language change simply clarifies the scope of the provision and was not intended to expand or reduce it, but clarify. Heather Silverstein from the Insurance Department is here to give a more complete understanding because I know almost nothing about the Insurance Department other than they know my phone number and ask me to file this bill. So thank you very much. I'll take questions, but they're going to have the answers. So
We thank you very much for your introduction. Okay, Heather. All right.
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning
you.
again.
Good morning. I'm Heather Silverstein. I'm General Counsel for the New Hampshire Insurance Department, and thank you to Senator Lang for introducing this bill for us and being a sponsor. Again, this bill is. I've talked to Christian Citarella. He's our chief P&C actuary, and after his practice, again, as we practice with the statute in our work on a daily basis and a regular basis, there are sometimes tweaks that we need to be made. And according to Christian, it's, you know, in working with rates and approving rates for property and casualty at the department, you know, he noticed that this term rating bureau and rating organization are in our statute, and we don't even know what that means anymore. It's out of date. Advisory organization is different. And so that's the part where we just want to get rid of rating bureau, get rid of rating organization, and just limit it to advisory organization, because we do license those organizations that will submit rates on behalf of companies. We allow these advisory organizations to do that if they're licensed with us. The other piece of this, and I am often drawn into right to know requests at the department in my position, and what is permitted to be disclosed and what is not permitted to be disclosed. And we have different confidentiality provisions. And then one of the exceptions for not disclosing something would be proprietary information. And this language is just clarifying that predictive models that companies use when they engage in determining rates for insureds are proprietary. So we are just clarifying that we consider that proprietary. We want the company to still identify that this is proprietary and confidential information, but that's really what this is clarifying. The rates still become public. It's not that we're trying to hide the rate, but anything that would be proprietary, like a predictive model, that really needs to be clarified, we feel, in the statute. And that's why we want to make these changes.
Representative Terry.
Can you speak, I'm just fascinated on the history of ratings bureaus and advisory organizations. Can you just speak briefly as to what happened over the course of the years that rating bureaus just disappeared, or did they change their name, or is this a broader group now? Could you just elaborate a little bit on that?
So I've been at the department since 2015 and in my current position since 2018. And I know that this came up in the past where we kind of scratched our heads as to, rating bureau, rating organization. So I want to say sometime before 2015, it kind of fell away. Now, I don't know if that has to do with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Like sometimes they have had terms, the NEIC has had terms in the past, and then they change their terms over time, which we change our terms over time too, to kind of catch up. So that may be why. I'm not sure.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. Just zeroing in on the predictive model, is that something the department sees, or they see it, but they don't disclose it to the public?
We see it. Christian will review it. Christian will see it when he's looking at the rates to approve the rates, but then it's labeled confidential. We keep that confidential. So that is not public. And so this is just a
Further
clarify-
question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the predictive model can be like a spreadsheet that's easy to follow, or it could be something like artificial intelligence that's a black box to a regulator. Are you seeing?
I know it means something to Christian
It
because
does.
he's an actuary, but if you would ask me to look at it, I probably couldn't.
I
even
think
tell you.
this is a great learning moment. So basically, what we're talking about here is when we say about an insurance company's secret formula. And I used to joke about the guy with the green shade, and he's the one who he may look at a particular legislation we pass and say, okay, now I need to add a predictability into our calculation of what your premium is going to be, and that I have to rate that risk and figure out how much or how great it is and what it is and what is the statistical odds of it occurring, and all of that is what is the secret sauce of an insurance product. So you always say, how did they come up with this premium? Well, they actually have to prove to the department their logic. That's what Christian is doing. He's going to look at their spreadsheet, and the numbers have got to, he's going to look at, he's not just the spreadsheet as it calculates, it's going to look at what are the parameters that you're putting in, what are the assumptions that they're making, and that's what they're getting from the advisory organizations, who are again saying, but what we advise, what we think these things may be, and basically give the tools to that insurance company to make those calculations.
Can I make a comment? Just
Yes.
so computers are replacing the man with the green shade.
Well, the guy with the green shade is still there because he's got to come up. He's got to, and like you say, AI could an AI figure out what are the statistical odds if something happens. Well, then they have to look at statistics, calculations, of what occurs. But at the end of the day, there's always that human factor: is do I really think this is really there's a claim going to be made on this issue or not, or that calculation. So I don't think the green shade guy is ever going to lose his job, but yes, AI could play a part in sharpening his calculations.
And I will say that one of the main things, especially with P&C, because it's competitive rates, related to competitive rates. Christian reviews whether the rates are discriminatory. like, so you can't have, a way to get to a premium or rates based on discriminatory factors. So he would consider those types of things when he's looking at these predictive models too.
Representative Spear, do you have a question, or
It's-
you're
it's a
asking a question to the chair? Yes.
But I don't even know how to phrase it, but what I'm asking is, I'm trying to read this, and I understand that there's a portion of the predictability for premiums is done by an actuarial kind of calculation and all that kind of stuff. And you have a group of people that, or a person that reviews that to make sure it's makes sense. In this bill, you're talking about other data that is not necessary for the calculation of policy premium. What kind of other data are we talking about that is not necessary?
So I know, and this is from my conversations with Christian, because I'm not an actuary.
Okay, just general.
So there could be predictive models. There also could be factors outside of a predictive model. And so Christian will also look at factors. So it's not just that everybody would file a predictive model that, that's becoming more popular, but there are also factors that are considered in individual factors considered and coming at a rate.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So when Derek,
Close to the mic, so Representative Gibbs can hear.
sorry. So when Christian or whomever in the department is looking, is it working? I don't know.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, good. When Christian or whoever in the department is looking at this, and the insurance company says this is our secret sauce, we want it to be confidential. Can he override that? Can he look at that? Because I could see a world where they just try to hide everything. And I wonder if he's able to look at all right, this is fair, this is actually proprietary, and this is them stretching to try to just keep it a little bit more black boxy.
Okay, so for that part, for the right to know issue, and my experience with that, we've had situations like that where, you might say, this form is proprietary, and we might look at it and say, nah, I don't think so. Please explain to us why this is proprietary. We have had that back and forth with our licensees, and so it has to pass the smell test. And so we do have those conversations. We wouldn't just automatically make it public. We would have a conversation with our licensee.
So you're more than the smells, a rubber stamp is what you're saying.
Exactly.
All right, good.
Yeah, they could officially, they can disapprove it, but they'll come back and say, okay, show us your statistical analysis to document what you are making that calculation on. Show us the evidence that you were making that on. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. The insurance department, Christian or whoever does the evaluation, has access to this proprietary information so that he can determine whether there are any discriminatory factors. It's just that it's not subject to the right to know law.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim, you know, nobody else? No? Okay. All right. We will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 142. on Senate Bill 198. And who do I have? Okay, Senator Perkins. Excellent. Sorry, I didn't notice you back there. I would have started sooner, but evidently there was a lot of sharing going on here.
You guys deserve a break. You have long days. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka, representing Senate District 21, the city of Portsmouth, and several seacoast communities. SB 198, directing the insurance department to conduct a cost study of providing coverage for certain reproductive health care, is a simple bill that could have a big impact for a lot of Granite State families. Assisted reproductive treatment, more commonly known as IVF, is a pathway to pregnancy and the joys of a family that come with it for many people. Because insurance carriers, however, typically require a diagnosis of infertility in order to approve a claim, same-sex families are finding that their claims are being denied. This bill would direct the insurance department to take a simple first step of conducting a cost study on expanding group health insurance coverage for IVF without a diagnosis of infertility, or at least a traditional one. This bill is not a mandate and does not create or change any existing insurance coverage. It is simply directing the department to take a look at the cost of expanding this coverage and report back to the general court on their findings. I've spoken to the Commissioner of Insurance on this bill, and he is fine with it. SB 198 passed Senate Commerce unanimously and passed the full Senate on the consent calendar. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions, Representative Burrows?
Yeah, I just have one question. I'm always concerned when I see a study or cost study. Are you concerned that this could be a study to nowhere, or what would be what you hope would happen as a result of that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. So my personal hope is that the cost study would show that expanding this group health coverage is not that expensive for the carriers, and so they would be open to revising their coverage to include IVF insurance coverage from the same stage as for heterosexual couples, for same-sex couples.
So you do admit, in the end of the day, it is a mandate for insurance companies to pay for this coverage.
This bill is just a simple first step
So
for us to have the data to
Well,
make
this is
that
very
decision.
intriguing. So you understand this is not a mandate. Well, it is a mandate to the department
It
for
is.
them to do a cost analysis
Correct.
to find out how much this is going to cost, how much this mandate will cost if we were to implement it.
Yes, correct, Chair. However, that second step in that mandate is not in front of you. Once we have the data on what it would cost for that expansion, then we could all consider whether the expansion in coverage was warranted or not.
Right. So in terms of doing a cost analysis, how would the department do this? Is going to try to predict how many couples may choose this? Are we supposed to do analysis of how many gay marriages are out there? I mean, what are they going to use for their calculating basis to
Sure.
make this calculation? What are they going to be? What kind of data are they going to be working from?
Sure. So there are fertility providers in New Hampshire. There's several, and I have a couple of practitioners in this field that are here with me to testify. And so they may be able to speak to this more accurately than I can, but there's certainly data out there on same-sex couples that are seeking fertility treatment. And so I think the insurance department would probably look to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do we have any questions from the committee? Oh, we do. Representative Burrows?
Thanks for taking my other question.
Yes.
I guess my question is, irrespective of cost, do you believe that heterosexual couples and non-heterosexual couples deserve the same care?
I do.
And yeah, so I just I figured you'd say yes, but I just even wonder why we need the cost study. I mean, it just seems like a basic right that everyone should have.
I would agree with you, Representative, but I think that in order to create some consensus or understanding around this issue, that data is always helpful. And so while some coverage for same-sex couples exists in New Hampshire, and the insurance carriers will tell you that, you know, same-sex couples do have separate procedures to qualify for fertility coverage for insurance. And so I think ultimately we all want happy, thriving families in New Hampshire. And so making sure we have enough information to make that successful is important.
But I understand our infertility coverage is only if you're have an infertility issue. In this case, they don't have an infertility issue. Then they would be covered. If that the only reason they're being rejected is that they're not doing it because of infertility. They're doing it because the biology doesn't work right. So but I'm saying is, you're asking is, does a couple who are a heterosexual couple today, they only can get this infertility coverage if one or the other is infertile. So
I think
I'm
that
saying is
there's-
that if you're going to ask about if in a gay couple relationship, if one of them is infertile, then theoretically they would be able to get this coverage under our current law.
It's probably a conversation for another day, Mr. Chair, but I would argue that same-sex couples are inherently infertile, but that may be not the conversation of this bill.
That's a biology question.
That's a biology question.
Okay. Representative Spears.
Just as a clarification, and I don't know exactly who would answer this, but this kind of coverage, I know with my with my coverage,
She's asking the
you know, I
question.
got to pick certain things that I wanted. So this wouldn't be a mandate for everyone. It would be you would pick. Is that true that you would just pick which coverage you wanted, and if you were a gay couple and you felt this would be useful for you, you would pick that. It's not a mandate for everybody, right?
I'm going to let the practitioners behind me speak to that just because it's sort of how insurance operates. But yeah, I mean, you are still a customer of insurance companies, and so you would still be electing, for example, family coverage. But I think what we're hoping the cost study reveals and what we suspect is the case is that there's actually, this is not a huge number of people. And so the cost study hopefully will reveal that it's not a huge cost, even if it were to be something that is underwritten by the entire pool.
Oh, Representative Petusek had his hand up first.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
My question, do you have any idea of what or how much it's going to cost the insurance department to do this study? There's no financial note on it. That's why I was asking.
That's true. It did not get identified as an FN. So I've spoken to the commissioner, and I don't have information on that, but I can just offer that he had no objections to including this in his work over the next year.
I'm glad you're on tape so we can quote you on it.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a question out of curiosity. The definition of same-sex couple, I guess if you were transgender, you could be considered a same-sex partner?
I am not an expert on
How do you define same-sex couple?
Yeah.
In today's parlance? That's
Yes.
the question.
Well, it's a good question, Representative. I will let the practitioners behind me speak to how that affects this bill from a practical standpoint. I don't know if it's defined in law or whether, this would be sort of the only language concerning that. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Purcelli.
I noticed, thank you for letting me ask the question. I noticed it also says and single individual. So doesn't that really open it up to everyone and anyone? So I'm not sure how to conduct this study. I mean, it says single individuals.
Yes, that's a good point. And so, again, the intent is to make sure that our insurance coverage is treating everyone equally. And so, again, I think I'm probably going to defer your question, if you don't mind, to the
Okay, thank
practitioners
you.
just to make sure I answer it accurately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, committee.
You said, oh, there's somebody else you wanted to speak? Yeah, yeah, sorry, we asked you to fill out a pink card. Okay, why don't you fill out the pink card and I'll have Alex Feldwell come up and speak in the meantime.
Hi, I'm Alex Feldwebel, insurance company examiner for the insurance department. And as Senator Quokka mentioned, the commissioner would be happy to arrange for the study that this bill calls for if it's the pleasure of the committee to have that move forward. But we do request, we have basically a procedural request. There is already a statute on the books, RSA 400A 39B, that provides that any standing committee of the House or the Senate, when considering a proposed mandate, has the authority to refer that bill to the commissioner, who then has the authority to retain an external reviewer, an actuarial firm, to conduct a study of the costs and the benefits of that proposed mandate. And we would prefer to use that procedure. So what that would mean was that this committee would just take a vote to refer the review as specified in the proposed legislation to the commissioner under that statute 400A:39-b. And we do have an actuarial firm on retainer, and it's in our budget. We usually end up conducting 1 or 2 of these studies every year. They cost on average around $15,000 to conduct. And the actuarial firm does have to make estimates of some of the questions that were raised by this committee. How many people are likely to take advantage of the services that would be newly available? And then they would also have to estimate the costs of those services and the frequency of the services in order to come up with their cost estimate.
Okay, Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. So just to understand, over here.
Sorry.
So given 400A, so you do not need a bill to do that? There just needs to be a request.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a little bit unusual way. You need a bill that's being considered, which you have.
Okay.
But as long as there's a bill under consideration, then the contemplated mandate, we need a committee vote to refer it to the insurance department, and that's all we need to move forward.
Follow up, do we need an amendment to this?
No,
to do it?
I generally call this the Elizabeth Murphy, who was the lobbyist who had this bill put in, and so I call this the Murphy Law. And the Murphy Law was that the committee, rather than in terms of if it would normally either retain or interim study the bill, and that in the meantime, the request that the department takes the language that's in the bill as written.
Right.
And that's very important. So they're not going to add any other variables to the subject. They're going to be looking at just the way the bill is written and do a cost analysis of what that mandate might require be cost.
Right.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. In terms of figuring out how many people would be requesting this coverage, am I right in understanding that there are records existing out there of same-sex couples and single people who are seeking fertility treatment or have sought fertility treatment in the last few years?
The most common records that I'm used to dealing with are claims files. So they're claims that have been made to insurance carriers. In this case, some of the services occurring may be self-pay, and I think it would take a little more digging for an actuarial firm to get a hold of that kind of information.
Follow-up?
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. But will it be possible to obtain this information in sufficient numbers to make a reasonably accurate estimate?
I believe so, yeah. That's the whole essence of actuarial science, is to use available data to make best possible estimates. And this is not an unusual kind of mandate to be evaluating.
Thank you.
Oh, Representative Field.
Commissioner, are any other states currently mandating coverage for fertility coverage for same-sex couples?
I don't know. Maybe some of the other advocates would be aware of that.
Yeah, I would say that infertility coverage is relatively new for New Hampshire. We only passed it in the last couple of years. So it's
5 years, something.
5 years, yeah. In the scheme of mandates, the scheme of things.
Yeah.
So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, so we now have another card. Catherine Tucker. You look familiar. I feel like we've met before.
4 years ago.
Okay.
Utility insurance law.
Oh, okay. So say 4 years. Huh?
So, thank you for the committee's support of that particular bill. My name is Catherine Tucker. I am an attorney living in East Concord, New Hampshire, and I have exclusively a fertility law practice. So I deal with a lot of folks who are undergoing IVF, but also artificial insemination and other types of fertility treatment. And the bill that went through this committee 4 years ago was limited to medical infertility. So basically, when there's a medical problem, like myself and my husband, we had medical problems. We had a lot of medical problems: eggs, sperm, uterus, all bad. So we were lucky that we were able to get coverage through my state employment at the time. But there's still a gap of people, what we call social infertility, which is folks who don't have a partner they can reproduce with for whatever reason, whether they be single, whether they be in a same-sex relationship. And in terms of transgender folks, depending on their relationship status, they're either going to fall under medical infertility or social infertility. So we'd have to look at that to make a determination for them. But the bottom line is that these folks need fertility treatment just as much as everybody else does, and they're paying their premiums and they're not getting coverage. A same-sex couple can become medically infertile if it turns out to be a problem, but they first have to try treatment on their own at their own expense in order to even find out that there's a problem. Maine is currently the only state I'm aware of that provides full coverage for both social infertility and medical infertility. There might be a couple others, but it's going to be a very small number. It's generally medical infertility is what the laws have been looking at. And the reason we did that is because we, at the time, only had cost data for this medical infertility. We didn't know what the costs were going to be for social infertility. We want to get that data so we can examine what our options are, and not necessarily, we're not necessarily talking about a mandate here. One option that was brought up in the Senate was possibly having a rider or require the insurance company to offer the option to purchase a rider for coverage. So there's various options. We don't know exactly what makes sense for the people of New Hampshire without having more information on the costs. And this particular cost study hasn't been done. It was supposed to be done in Maine, but that didn't happen. For whatever reason, the insurance commissioner did not do a full scientific actuarial analysis. And so really can't rely on the conclusions that came from Maine. What we do know from prior research is that yes, there is initial cost for fertility treatment, but patients make better choices in their fertility treatment if they have insurance coverage. And that results in fewer twin and triplet pregnancies, which are astronomically expensive. One cycle of IVF, paying for that is always going to be cheaper than paying for triplet pregnancy. And so what we see now is a lot of same-sex couples, it's on their own dime. They're making decisions that are not ideal. Female couples may be taking ovulation drugs in addition to doing an artificial insemination, which is, that's how you end up with triplets nowadays. Male couples, they're obviously, they're doing an egg donor and a surrogate. And the male couples, they always come wanting, we want a child we each want a genetic child, twins, transfer two embryos, let's have twins. Well, those costs get astronomical too when those pregnancies get complicated. And those pregnancy complications are going to be covered by insurance. And when the children are born prematurely, there's going to be NICU costs. And then if they have long-term side effects, there's going to be long-term medical expenses. So the way to address this is give the insurance companies the leeway to impose best practices for patients who are getting coverage. And so what we actually expect that the cost to be relatively small, and that it's actually going to be offset by the savings from not having these complicated pregnancies involving NICU time and lifetime medical care. If this is purely, we're looking at medical costs, we're not looking at the cost of a surrogate or the costs an egg donor, just purely the medical costs for getting those eggs, getting the sperm, mixing them together, putting them in a person to get pregnant. And it's really just a matter of equity. These couples are paying their premiums and they need fertility treatment. They may not need the fertility treatment for the same reason my husband and I did, but they still need it. And so it's important that we look at these costs, and then we get creative and think about, how we can make this, how we can expand coverage for the people of the state of New Hampshire.
Okay, Representative Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, can an insurance company, I know it's a company, it's many people, decline coverage because of their religious beliefs?
Wow. I think that's going to be an issue that is going to be coming before the U.S. Supreme Court at some point in the next few years, and then we will have more answers on that. I'm not sure right now, and I'm not aware of any case decisions from the New Hampshire Supreme Court on point either.
Thanks.
Representative Philo.
Not sure how to put this in the way of a question. I feel like I'm in jeopardy now. So
You better be.
would I be accurate in
You
saying
just say,
that-
would you please?
Would you believe that the Hobby Lobby case, which concerned abortion, said that an employer-based insurance fund would be able to deny coverage, for example, for abortion based on an employer's religious beliefs? So it is possible that similar line of logic could apply to this type of coverage as well.
Would you believe? Yeah, and I also want to clarify for everybody to make sure you all understand. This legislation will only affect small employers. So large employers who are ERISA plans, the state health insurance plan, it will not affect unless they choose to also mirror it. But this legislation, and if it were to be in effect, would only affect small employers. And I don't know whether it would affect the individual. It theoretically could not be under the Affordable Care Act because that's an expanded mandate that did not exist when the act was created. So it would not include those individuals either. Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. So you said a term that I had never heard before, and I want to make sure I understand it so that the next time I hear it, I know what it means. You said social infertility, and I was wondering if you could explain what social infertility means, and does it involve someone of the opposite sex to be fertile with, or explain how that works, please?
Exactly. So if you social infertility is that you don't have a medical problem, but there's still some reason that you need fertility treatment. For example, because you're a woman who's in a relationship with another woman, that would be an example. Or if you're a single woman who is not in a relationship with anyone and wants to become a single parent by choice. So that would be social infertility. And they go through the exact same treatments that people undergoing medical infertility go through. They need the exact same treatments, the exact same tests, the exact same screening, the exact same procedures. All of that is the same.
Okay. Just one
Further question may inquire.
One follow-up. So just so I'm clear, a same-sex couple is socially infertile?
When they start out, they're typically socially infertile. There may be a medical problem discovered at some point. That's typically when so let's say we have a female couple, they're going to start with artificial insemination, which is placement of frozen sperm thawed and placed into one of the women's uteruses. If that doesn't work after a certain number of times, then the doctors are going to start thinking, you know what, there's something medically wrong here.
Okay.
And we can then transition them into the world of medical infertility, at which point they would have coverage under the current law.
All right. Thanks for clearing that up.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I have no more cards. Anybody else want to testify? Seeing none, we close the public hearing on Senate Bill 198. We must be moving right along, right? 140. Yeah, look at that. All right. Senate Bill 235, and Representative Senator Chanley is here. Good afternoon, Senator Chanley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Chandley, and I represent Senate District 11, which includes the towns of Amherst, Milford, Merrimack, and Wilton. I'm pleased to be here before you today to introduce Senate Bill 235, which is relative to services provided through a primary care behavioral health model. I'll start out, and I know that I probably do not need to tell you how desperately New Hampshire and the rest of the country, the crisis that we are facing regarding mental illness and treatment for to achieve mental health. We know that tens of thousands of Granite Staters experience mental illness, including depression, anxiety, and self-harm. We've had, I believe, the most recent statistics are that 279 people died last year by suicide. And we know that many others have suicidal ideation as well as other forms of self-harm. Access to mental health care, as you know, is extremely difficult and is often, if not most often, achieved through primary health care provider. The primary care behavioral health model is an integrated model that is designed to allow psychologists to work collaboratively with primary care providers to deliver mental health care to patients. SB 235 is designed so that mental health care services delivered through this method will not be denied on the basis of the delivery by their insurance companies. So I can just, if we want to look just briefly at the bill, I can just say that the first bit of the bill deals with, it's a statement regarding the landscape in which this bill is being introduced. It covers some of the issues which I have mentioned, the prevalence of mental health concerns, the difficulty with delivery of mental health care services, and the insurance landscape. Then we move on to some definitions regarding insurers and care. And then sections Roman 1 through 4 are really the heart of the matter, with a few standard safeguards in place. The Senate made a small amendment, and that is found in Section 4 of Roman Section 4, number 4 was an amendment added by the Senate, which I think is really very important to do. I can't answer any questions you may have, but I really urge you to listen to the folks who are here to talk about this delivery system of healthcare in practice. And I'm sure you will hear also from some of the folks in the insurance industry. And I can assure you that there has been a lot of work going on prior to this bill being introduced and continuing right up until today in terms of finding the best way that we can address the situation in our state. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I guess the only question I have, make sure I understand. So this is a whole new way to run the mental health benefit? Is that different
would
than
say-
what we under current law?
It is different. It is taking place. It is occurring right now. But the bill is to ensure that mental health coverage cannot be denied solely on the basis of the delivery method, which is a psychologist in consultation with primary care.
So the issue is that some insurance companies are allowing this now.
Yes.
And the concern is that we want to say that an insurance company can't say no to this plan. That they can't say, oh, we have this old model, the model we've always used, and they can't say. So what, as a free market goes, what's wrong with a company saying we do cover this, and another company say we don't cover this? So what's wrong with letting that insurance companies be public or be used as a marketing tool to sign up for that insurance company based upon whether they use this method or not?
Well, I think that there's a lot in that question that goes beyond this bill. What I would say is that we always, this is probably a newer model, an effective model. And again, I'll let folks who can testify to that better than I discuss the specifics of the model. We do require certain coverage. We've done that as a state. We have required insurers to cover certain procedures, certain processes. This is one of them. And I think that this is the way we can best serve our constituents and the people of the Granite State, because people there just aren't enough mental health care providers in our state for us to expect that everyone can go to mental health care provider in individual practice. This is a way for the primary care provider and the primary care home, healthcare home of the patient, for that patient to access mental health care through that system. And I think that us saying, now if an insurance company doesn't cover a certain kind of
Well, they have to cover mental health.
but
They have
if-
parity law.
But if there are things that they do not cover, we cannot force them to cover them. We are simply saying that a denial of coverage cannot be solely on the basis of the delivery system, the primary care behavioral health system.
Okay. So is that an assumption that this method is more expensive than current procedure?
No, I would suggest that it probably is significantly more
Right.
affordable. But
So
again, I'll let people speak
have
to
we
that.
found any insurance companies have rejected it?
My understanding from the folks that I've talked to is yes. But again, I will let the people who have been, the insurance companies maybe address that themselves to say what the conversations we've had. It's not so much, I've heard from some folks that this has not been covered. I've also heard from insurance companies that they're kind of on board with it in theory, and I think you'll hear some of that today.
Okay, great. Do you have any questions for Representative Calabro? So what'd you believe?
Sure.
Having worked in exactly that model, it is far less expensive. I'm a QA medical lead at Harbor Care. So I had all those heuristics, John. It is a much less expensive model, and it saves lives.
Right. So I'm just saying, if it's less expensive,
Yeah.
I'm surprised any insurance company's not doing it.
Fair enough.
So that's what we need to know. But we don't need to mandate it if they know that, right? They must have a reason. Then okay. Representative Patusek has a question. Oh, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. In terms of the marketing model that Representative Hunt was referring to, and he makes a good point about the free market in the free market in insurance. But my question is it often possible for insurance consumers to shop around among insurance companies at the time when they need mental health coverage?
No, they can't.
No, thank you. And that's a very good point to raise. I take your point. We can have a free market, but we also, once we have agreed to a insurance company, we are generally locked into that for a certain period of time.
Normally for the small business, there's an annual renewal, and for the individual, there's a renewal twice a year. So
Follow-up question?
So yes, go ahead.
If I am an employee of a small business that is in between renewal periods, and I find that I need mental health coverage, but will be best able to obtain it through the primary care model, will I be able to change insurance companies?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Philo.
Thank you, Senator. Would you say that it's true that it's the job of the legislature of the state to do what is best for the state and the mental health of the citizens of the state?
Yes. We have had several bills in our Senate this year, as I'm sure you've had in the House, recognizing the crisis that we're in and trying to figure out the best way for us to meet the needs of our citizens.
Okay. Oh, Representative Spear.
The model, thank you for allowing me to ask the question. The model that we're talking about, the patient would see their primary care, and the primary care would do the initial screening, and the assumption is that there is a mental health professional associated with that practice that could then take over the care if it's needed to do that.
Yes, care would be delivered in consultation with the psychologist, and I think that you'll hear from a couple of people who are working in this type of practice.
Follow on, just a short
Further
follow-on.
question?
So the question I have is, I know that it's very difficult. It is pretty difficult to get to a mental health professional today without long waits and all the rest of the things that we've been reading about. So in this model, you see, it's the question of knowing in advance that you need to be involved with a practice that can get you to the mental health that you need, mental health care that you need. So is it any more difficult to get to these kinds of practices than it is to get to, going directly to a mental health professional?
I do not know if it's any harder to get into a primary care provider who works in this collaborative model or not. That would be a good question for perhaps one of the folks who is working in that model.
So this is not for all primary care physicians.
It's a model.
It has to be a very
Nothing
select
would
primary care physician.
nothing in this legislation would require that a primary care physician participate in this kind of model, but it would certainly be available to any who chose to.
But so there's no requirement of any special training or any special extra courses they have to take or CEUs to
Not to my
be
knowledge.
qualified. That
Not
any
to my
primary
knowledge, but the
care-
primary care would be working with the psychologist.
Interesting.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, I
I
understand
believe,
the collaborative, but I've just that normally when we had third party insurance, is that we rely on the people's category of what they are. So in other words, I guess a nurse practitioner is a primary care physician, so that
Primary
any
care
nurse
provider.
practitioner could participate in this program. and it's just about whether their willingness to then work with some mental health. That's,
Chair.
we're learning here, we're learning. Yes.
I'd just like to
Representative
remind us all that the senator pointed out that the bill was amended prior to passage, indicating in response to the question, must all primary care providers provide such a model? In fact, the language states, nothing in this act shall mandate that a primary care physician follow the primary care behavioral health model. The act shall only mandate insurance coverage of such care if a primary care provider were to choose to use the model. So therefore, it's optional.
Right,
Thank you.
but the point I was trying to make is that the whole issue is how do we, who qualifies and who doesn't qualify? So therefore, the gatekeeper here is that primary care physician, and they would say is, no, I don't want to participate in this, and therefore the whole concept that this is a great option might fall flat on its face if no primary care physician.
Well, only 100% of them said no.
No. Last time I checked, we have a hard time finding primary care physicians, and a lot of them are moving on, and a lot of family practices don't have. And so now you have basically, never mind. Would you believe I'm a little concerned whether somebody chooses to do this, whether they would be very disappointed if they find out that their primary care physician is unwilling to participate. And so therefore, they might be shopping their primary care physician after a mental health event has occurred. That is my concern. Okay. Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking our questions. I'm trying to get my head around the recent few questions Representative Spears started. If I felt I needed mental health care through this behavioral health model, I couldn't go directly to a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Is that right? Let's say this bill passes, that would not be covered through. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not entirely clear on your question. Can you just restate it for me,
there's
please?
like the traditional mental health model where you go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist directly. But
No, you don't need to go through your primary to get permission
this is
to
something
go to a
different.
mental health.
This is just dealing with the behavioral model. Is that correct?
So the primary care behavioral health model would allow for you to access the services of a psychologist through your primary care provider.
But I couldn't go directly to the.
Well, you might be able to. It wouldn't prevent you from necessarily doing that.
It wouldn't be mandated that the insurance company would cover it.
No, but I think that most people, that isn't a problem that most people are facing right now. The problem people are facing is finding and accessing mental health care services. This helps to widen the availability of mental health services to more patients. And I'd also say that many, just to bring us back a little bit, many primary care providers are many people who access mental health care services do so through their primary care provider. This gives the primary care provider an option to consult with psychologists as part of the collaborative program.
Okay, so when you say through the provider, there's a mental health professional on the other side of that relationship? What does through mean?
Yes, and I really do think that that
Similar
folks
to
who
the most of other conditions where you go to the primary and the primary says, I need to allow you to go to a specialist.
Okay.
So in this case, they're still, you call them a gatekeeper, but they're still the person who is then giving the recommendation who they should go to for the follow-up to the mental health person.
Thank you.
So, okay. Representative Terry?
So I understand that really we're approaching this from the insurance
Yes.
That's why it's here.
direction because we already know that doctors talk to doctors
Correct.
all the time and refer to doctors, and doctors refer back to the doc. So this is about insurance, just so that we get back
Yes.
to
Yes.
point here. Thank
and
you.
thank you for that question. This is the greatest premise of this bill is that insurance companies cannot deny coverage of this type of treatment. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. And again, I have two questions, but they're quick ones, I hope. In terms of going directly to a psychiatrist for mental health treatment, if you can find one that is taking new patients, isn't it correct that current insurance requirements already require coverage of mental health treatment by a psychiatrist? In general.
In general, current insurance coverage does need to cover mental health treatment by an authorized provider.
Thank you. And then the second question is essentially, would you believe, based on personal experience of recently having had to find new providers, that while I don't know about primary care physicians involved in the kind of collaborative practice that you're describing, would you believe that it is considerably easier to find a primary care physician that is taking new patients than it is to find a psychiatrist who is taking new patients?
Yes, I indeed would believe that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up. Alex Velvelblum, who will, from the insurance department, has left the room. Okay, he is taking a call. Okay, we'll wait for that. Catherine Schumann from the New Hampshire Psychology Association in support of the bill.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Hunt and members of the committee, thank you for taking time today to hear about integrated behavioral health services into primary care and specialty sites. My name is Catherine Schumann. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I have been practicing providing the evolving model of integrated care behavioral health services for over 25 years. I moved to New Hampshire to start working in a hospital in southern New Hampshire, who is starting a family medicine residency training program where I'm core faculty, and I will be training those residents, those physicians, on working with psychologists in primary care while I'm providing that integrated primary care behavioral health treatment. I have also spent my career training psychologists to do this work also, and hopefully will build that into the training system in New Hampshire. Primary care has become the de facto mental health place to get treatment. There are just not enough behavioral health resources across the United States. In New Hampshire, I feel like it's threefold because I just moved here and I'm feeling it. Having a psychologist or a trained mental health provider in primary care is key. We offer treatment across the spectrum of behavioral health. I work in family medicine. That is birth to death. I help with everything. If a parent comes in and they're having difficulty with bedwetting with a child, they're having difficulty with sleeping, they're having behavioral problems, they're having eating problems, or there's a teenager with anxiety and depression or suicidality, or an adult with issues, behavioral issues in managing their diabetes, pain, insomnia, depression, anxiety, panic attacks, severe and persistent mental illness, suicidality, I get called in. I can spend more time with that patient. And I hope that you support this SB. Oh, now I don't have the number in my head, 235, because what it's going to do is ensure that insurance companies continue to support this model in a way that makes it sustainable. It is not supported. All the billing codes are not supported in every state. You get to make a change. And I want to give you a specific example of how this works. I do this every day. And I love what I do because I know I make a difference. This morning I saw 2 patients with panic attacks in my caseload this morning. It's something I do regularly. And untreated panic attacks often end up in the emergency room because people think they're having a heart attack. That's what the symptoms feel like. And that comes with a great cost. Patient goes sometimes 1, 2, 3 times, and they're discharged from the emergency room. They're saying, hey, go back and see your primary care provider. And hopefully that primary care provider has an embedded psychologist inside that process or inside their system. Because what I can do is go in 20 minutes when they come in to see that primary care provider, and I can help a patient understand what a panic attack is. Because, and I won't go into the full explanation, you won't give me that much time today, but a panic attack is your body's healthy way of responding to a threat or stressor. And if you become fearful to those bodily sensations that happen when your body goes into fight or flight, it's fear of your fight or flight response that's actually the panic attack. But if you keep fearing it, it just keeps turning it on and gets worse. If I can go in those 20 minutes and help that patient understand those symptoms, they stop having panic attacks. They are not back at the ER the next week. So having embedded psychologist immediately changes the outcome for that patient because they're not having panic attacks. It decreases the overall cost of care because they're not going to the emergency room and they're not overutilizing unnecessarily, they don't mean to, the emergency room that then can focus on people who might be dying because you won't die from a panic attack. And all the providers involved that weren't really helping get rid of the panic attack, they end up with burnout. So having embedded psychologists with a sustainable job, or a sustainable job because of finances, by you supporting this bill, you're going to allow for the people in the state of New Hampshire to be able to get behavioral health treatment when they need it in a place that they're comfortable in their primary care office. And you're going to decrease the cost of care. And you're going to decrease provider burnout in our state. So thank you. I will answer any questions you might have about this.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you. This is more a curiosity question. Can you treat these panic attacks with medication so that, there doesn't have to be extended therapy for that?
Beautiful. Thank you for answering that. For years, physicians were giving patients benzodiazepines. And unfortunately, what that does, because I haven't explained the mechanism and don't have time, but when you fear it and you take a benzo to immediately make those symptoms go away, you have now reinforced that there was something really bad there and this medication is going to make it better. And you're in this ongoing relationship with the benzodiazepine, which over time loses its effectiveness, become dependent on it, and you have more and more panic attacks. And because now you're having panic attacks, they generalize and they get bigger over time and the person's life gets smaller. Sometimes people become housebound. So thank you for that answer. Having an embedded psychologist that can provide that information is key. And I train the physicians I work with to know that. And they go out into the world. I can speak from experience with this. They end up going, because they're doing their training, into the emergency room. And then they share that with the emergency room docs. And then they stop using benzos because they now know that's going to make it worse for their patients in the long run.
I thought they used Xanax.
That's a benzodiazepine. I'm talking about a category of medications.
That's the category.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Bealow.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So this sounds like there'll be many more physicians, primary care physicians, and psychologists going into the field because they know that now that they can partner up
Yes.
with the primary care and to relieve some workload or just expand their ability to treat patients in many ways.
Absolutely. When a patient comes in and is suicidal and the primary care physician has 20 minutes to do everything they were supposed to do with that patient, and because we have picked up suicidality, we can't say, oh, put that on hold, we'll see that at the next visit. That becomes a primary thing. I'll get called in and start working with that patient. And if I can, get them a safety plan to get them home and get them into the right level of care, or if need be, get them hospitalized, which can take up to 3 hours in my old system where I could walk them across the street and hospitalize them. Here, that's a whole nother issue. So It keeps the primary care physician more on time when I can go in and do team-based care with them and offsets that bigger load.
Representative Terry.
So again, we know that this model already exists, correct?
It's an evolving model,
and,
but
and
yes.
the approach that's being taken here is coming at this from the insurer, providing for this model. We heard that some do and some don't.
Correct.
So would it be your testimony that if this bill were to be enacted into law, that this would encourage more primary care providers to adopt such a system and begin practicing it because they knew that there would be insurance coverage for them and their patients?
My
It's-
general answer to that would be absolutely yes,
Thank
because
you.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now Alex is back in the room. And the insurance department here takes no position but will provide information. And is this something that also would qualify for the Murphy rule?
Yeah, that was one of the points of information.
Great.
This piece of legislation, does come into the category of mandated coverage, and it does apply to the individual market as well as the group markets. It does raise the issue of the defrail concern, any mandate applying to the individual market. So that might be a reason to refer it for analysis by the department. So that was one point, but I wanted to start with the observation that the insurance department has been interested in this model of care because we have been working on mental health parity. We just concluded 2 major mental health parity exams with 2 of the most prominent carriers in the state. And one of the issues that we worked on with these carriers was ways to expand and improve their mental health networks. And one of the items we encouraged carriers to consider was alternative delivery models such as the primary care behavioral health model. And my impression is the carriers are looking at it, and some of them are already reimbursing for some of the services that would come out of this model. But we do have a number of interpretive concerns about the bill as it is drafted. So I wanted to mention those because we would be responsible for enforcing it. So on page 2, lines 12 through 15, it mentions that appropriate billing codes called CPT codes will be added to psychologist contracts. We, reached out to the New Hampshire Psychological Association to find out what those codes might be, to see if we could look at our own claims database and find out whether they're being reimbursed today or not. And we didn't get a specific answer. We got an answer that they don't want to be specific about what codes would be included to date. But in looking at the literature, we understand that it might be for such services or codes as collaborative care, medical consultation, and medical team conferences, things like that, where you have a number of providers putting their heads together on a best care model for a patient. Another interpretive problem that we have is same page, lines 27 through 30. It says benefits arising from consultation, coordination of care, diagnosis, and development of outcome measures for outpatient services under this paragraph performed by psychologists shall be subject to terms and conditions at least as favorable as those which apply to the benefits for the treatment provided by psychiatrists. Now, and this amends a statute which is kind of old statute now. It's about 47 years old. It's the state's mental health parity law. And I don't know what subject to terms and conditions, at least is equal to psychiatrist means in this context. The parity law speaks of, in other places, the existing parity law speaks of mental health services generally, no matter what the mental health provider, being subject to terms and conditions that are equal to medical surgical benefits. That's the basic idea of parity, is mental health, no matter what the provider, is treated the same way as medical surgical. So this idea of psychologists being treated the same as psychiatrists, we don't know how to interpret that.
There wouldn't be the same copays and deductibles?
That's probably the best way of interpreting it, but it is written as almost as if it might mean reimbursed at the same rate. So we're not sure. So that, I mean, part of the reason we're not sure is this statute that this amendment is being placed in is old, and it uses archaic terms like usual and customary rates and things like that.
And favorable.
Yes.
I don't think I've
That's
seen
an
favorable. I don't
old-fashioned
think I've
word.
seen that in a long time.
Yeah. Another concern we have in terms of interpretation is that the whole bill seems to be limited to clinical psychologists who are embedded in a primary care setting. And our understanding of primary care behavioral health, it would apply equally to mental health counselors, licensed clinical social workers, psychiatric nurses. I mean, there are a number of other categories of providers, and we don't understand why it's limited to clinical psychologists. So that's my list of observations.
Okay. Any questions for the insurance department? Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, 2 questions, but hopefully quick ones. And this was a question I actually had myself before you mentioned it, but I'm glad that you did. Would it make sense, instead of limiting Roman numeral 2 on the second page, to specifically to expert consultation by a psychologist, to include other appropriate practitioners, such as psychiatric nurses, and there are a couple of other categories in there. And then I do have a follow-up question.
Right. Our existing mental health parity law has this list of 9 mental health provider types. So, that list could be used here.
Thank you. And then the second question involves the rates of payment. And I'm not an expert here in the appropriate language, but you said that the usual customary language is now outdated. The language of usual and customary, which is what I was thinking, is outdated. Is there language that you would recommend so that specific types of practitioners are paid at the appropriate rates, since some types of practitioners may normally be paid at different rates than psychiatrists perhaps are paid?
That's a complicated and highly contested issue under the federal mental health parity law. In the federal parity law, which the insurance department has been working on enforcing, with respect to payment amounts, the reimbursement rate is considered a, quote, non-quantitative treatment limitation. And what that means is that reimbursement levels can be in parity without being equivalent across provider types. So what the insurance department did in measuring parity is to compare everything to the payment scale that's developed by Medicare, and they have a very well worked out payment scale that's based on resources, training, overhead costs, all the factors that go into providing care. And we compare, in order to measure parity, in reimbursement, we compare rates, the relativity to Medicare, and to see whether they're equal on both sides, mental health and medical surgical.
Further question?
Okay, it's number 3 now.
Last one. Thank you. So is there language that you could provide the committee that we could use to reference the appropriate payment scale?
If this were re-referred or something and over time, and it were made clear that that is actually something that was intended to be addressed by the sponsors, I'm not sure that it is something that was being addressed by the sponsors. The payment level. I think the main goal here was to create new reimbursement codes for new types of services, this collaborative care services, and not to worry that much about dictating the payment amount.
I only asked because you asked.
Yeah, I'm sorry I did.
Well, when we send this off to you to do your analysis, you'll have to figure out those parameters.
Yeah.
So, okay. Oh, yeah, Representative Porcelli.
I just wanted a little bit more clarity on the new model, and this really is about insurance and claims and reimbursement and what the patient actually has to pay. So is this going to bundle these services together so that in the tradition, I'm trying to figure out the difference between a traditional model and this model. So in a traditional model, they get referred and each provider would have a schedule and their own co-payment requirements. I see something in here about co-payments. But then under this model, the services are bundled together so that the claims all come in together and they're adjudicated together, and the co-payment may be different. Is that
I think
the
that's
advantage
pretty
to
much
this
right.
model?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much right. But, the goal here is to sort of facilitate access to mental health. People go to their primary care providers easily. They don't go to mental health providers as easily. You go to your primary care provider and you mention that you have anxiety or whatnot. And under this model, it's easy to slide that person over to someone who's in the office. And then it's also facilitates this collaborative consultation for coming up with a care plan for that patient. So that collaborative consultation piece would involve a kind of bundling of services. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alex. Julie Walter. Whose phone was that? Mike?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 235. Hopefully, some of my testimony will also answer some of the questions that have come up. So am I yelling at you? I can't tell. I also want to thank Senator Chandley and the co-sponsors of this bill. I'm Dr. Julie Walter. I'm the Director of Professional Affairs and the Chair of the Behavioral Health Care Advocacy Committee of New Hampshire Psychological Association. As you know, there are a variety of ways that mental health and substance use treatment are accessed. As we've heard, many patients initially present with mental health and substance use symptoms at their primary care visit. What this bill addresses, that we hope addresses, is the primary care behavioral health, which supports and enhances the medical team through offering consultations and short-term treatment, as Dr. Schumann mentioned, to patients under the team's care. It is one-stop shopping, and within this model, care can happen on the same day by a psychologist or other licensed mental health professionals. So it's not just psychologists, it's also other licensed professionals. Research has showed, I'm a psychologist, I love a statistic, so bear with me, a 14% decrease in emergency room visits. It's also showed a 7.5% increase in behavioral health visits, a 12% decrease in primary care visits. What this research says to us is that patients are accessing the appropriate care rather than going to emergency rooms when they don't necessarily need to go there. We also believe that this bill addresses workforce issues, and that NHPA does an annual mental health practice survey. Our most recent survey, the results indicate what we all know. 79% of clinicians report often to almost always having difficulty finding other clinicians accepting new patients. This bill is to codify the critical integrated care practice to help increase the workforce where mental health and substance use concerns often present first in the primary care physician's office. About the CPT codes, we purposely have not included CPT codes because this bill is about codifying, just like telehealth is a codified service. CPT codes are dynamic, and we wanted a bill that captures the services provided. We did provide CPT codes to Anthem and Point32 Health as a reference point. We appreciate the many conversations and thought-provoking questions and information provided by both Anthem and Point32 Health over the past year. We are not requesting to mandate coverage. We are asking that if integrated care services are a covered benefit, that PCBH services, including both consultation and the treatment services within that model, are covered and reimbursed fairly within current laws and CPT codes. So again, this bill is about increasing workforce opportunity at the physician's office to reduce the unnecessary emergency room visits and reduce delays in starting treatment that can happen with referrals. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. Just a question. So the primary care physician would be the first touch point for this kind of care. Does the primary care physician himself have the training, which I think we talked about that on a previous person that spoke to us.
Sure.
Do they provide the first level of care for the mental situation that we're talking about, and it may not ever go any further than that?
It might not, but if you have a psychologist or other licensed mental health professional, depending on what the primary care assessment is, there can be a warm handoff right at that same day to the mental health professional on staff.
So a follow-up, if I may. So does that mean that we don't have the codes, the insurance codes, for such a handoff, or for even the primary care physician to perform that kind of an activity?
Where some of the difficulties we're finding regarding the codes is the consultation piece. Is not all of the consultation piece is covered across the board, like by all insurance companies.
Is this a would you believe question?
In your experience, have you seen that there are providers that are putting in fees for service using the code, have called their behavioral health provider to come in during a crisis, who then have to use the exact same code, and that code is rejected? Have you seen that happen?
There is some of that. There is some of where it's just not being billed because in the past it's been denied, and so the
Right,
practice
right.
has now become, it's some where they don't want an extra copay, and so they won't bill it because they don't want the extra copay.
Thank you.
What in this phrase in here, when care is provided through a PCBM model, a health plan shall not impose more than one copay per day for individuals obtaining multiple related services.
Yes, that's what we're,
So it would still be true under this bill. Okay. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Do you have written testimony?
I
As
do.
you- That would be great.
That'd be
Thank you.
awesome. Thank you. Okay, I have one card left. Sabrina Dunlap from Anthem.
Hello, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. I'm Sabrina Dunlap, Director of Government Relations for Anthem. So we have spent a lot of time talking and working on this bill. My understanding is that the folks who support the bill agree that the best path forward is to retain the bill so we can continue to work on it. I will just list off some of our concerns with the bill as drafted. I did sign in as neutral. We are opposed to the bill as drafted, but we support the general idea. And the folks behind me are aware of most of these concerns we have with the actual language. But there's some issues around sort of vague terms, things that are not clearly defined. I would flag one in Roman 2, it says consultation with a physician. I know I've spoken to our clinical mental health folks and they said, is a consult where the provider sees the patient? Is a consult a phone call? What exactly does that mean? There's some questions around, Alex Feldwebel mentioned Section E around terms and conditions, at least as favorable between psychologists and psychiatrists. We're not entirely sure what that means. And a couple of other sort of smaller issues, the effective date and the new language added in the Senate amendment around the act mandating insurance coverage of the model. We do read that as a clear mandate. So I would just also flag that in my conversations with our clinical folks, my understanding is the model is evolving, and I think someone mentioned that earlier. And so there is not a lot of clarity around what the codes are. My understanding is insurance is not actually the barrier here. And I think this is very similar to a situation we had a few years ago with the collaborative care model. There was a bill to mandate coverage of collaborative care, which is very similar to this model. It's not the same. I honestly don't know what the distinction is, but collaborative care model also involves a mental health care provider being sort of integrated in the primary care setting. And that does exist and that is covered. And I will say when that bill came up, we came up with a non-legislative solution involving the New Hampshire Psychological Association, other stakeholders, providers, all of the big carriers. We actually sat together with the insurance department around a table for, I think, 18 months. And instead of moving forward with a bill that we didn't think actually solved a problem, we got together, we talked about it, and we actually opened up the coding issues. There were challenges around understanding what codes are covered, what codes are appropriate in what situation. And we actually made real progress. And collaborative care has been adopted. My understanding is it's been adopted more than it had been, before we sat down together. So I think just sort of bigger picture, we're not opposed to these sorts of models. We want people to have more access to mental health care. We understand all the challenges that exist in the state. I think there's some questions around what exactly this model is. And then I also know that the codes are emerging. I just heard that CMS just approved a new code in this space. I mean, it's very new. And so I know that Anthem does cover several of the codes that the Psych Association has flagged for us. And it's just not clear to me why exactly they're not being adopted more. So I did just want to give that example of, a situation where we didn't need legislation. We actually just needed to sit down and figure out what the practical barriers were. I think that could be useful here. And I will just say we have not seen a bill like this in any other states. And I do think we need more time to sort of work out the language. And I think I'm a little confused, honestly, by the bill and the way it's drafted right now. And so I do, we want to collaborate with the Psych Association and others, and we would like to continue working on this. But I think, if it was retained and we had time to continue talking and working through some of these issues, that would be very helpful. So I think that was everything. I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Terry.
Just really quickly here, your testimony opens up a lot of different questions, and so I can understand why you're suggesting that it be retained. But with respect to CPT codes, it sounds like, I believe you said that they're evolving. Do you look primarily to CMS for CPT codes across the 50 states, therefore, and not just specifically New Hampshire? Because one of the things that I believe I was hearing earlier on is that there are issues and concerns around CPT codes, and I guess I'm wondering, who are we looking to for the development and the publication, if you will, and adoption of CPT codes? And it sounds like you're telling me that's coming from Washington.
I think in general, that is usually the process, that CMS adopts a code or allows a certain code, and then it can be covered under Medicare. And carriers often take their cues from CMS on codes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm shocked, John. You would do this to me by bringing in a card after I announced one last card.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. So, for the record, John DeJoy. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. For the record, John DeJoy, I'm representing New Hampshire Psychological Association. And I want to respond to a couple of comments from Ms. Dunlap as well as from Mr. Feldwebel. And I would like to reiterate what the previous speakers have said regarding the conversations with the insurers. We have been working for, I don't even know at this point, time has no meaning since COVID, but about 9 months probably, talking about this off and on with the insurers and sharing points back and forth. And what I can tell you is the salient point is that the insurance companies, Anthem in particular, and Point 32 as well, have said to us repeatedly, they don't believe this is an insurance issue. And the psychologists have responded by saying, but psychologists aren't being reimbursed. And neither of us can get our heads around what the issue is as far as why reimbursements aren't happening, if in fact it should be covered. In terms of the comments from Mr. Feldwebel, this is a creation of OLS, obviously. This is not the exact draft that we submitted to OLS, but when we read it, we were comfortable enough with the language. And so in speaking with insurance folks yesterday, they raised the same 2 points that Mr. Feldwebel did. And what I had said to them is that this is not intended to set rates. This is not intended to have psychologists reimbursed at the same level as psychiatrists. And benefits arising from consultation are not intended to change the benefit structure or the plan structure. As Mr. Feldwebel pointed out, and you had commented, this is old language. We didn't ask that it be put in this chapter. This is where OLS put it. We are more than willing to wordsmith some of these areas of confusion because we see this primarily as a practice bill. I do know that there's been suggestion that this doesn't really need to be statute. We can do this in an extra statutory way. This is very important to the Psychological Association to have the practice model as part of statute. We excluded CPT codes, and quite honestly, I can't blame the psychologists. That was all me. I recommended not putting CPT codes in because that's really where the crux of the conversation ought to be happening over time. And that's not something we're asking you folks to identify this or that CPT code. We'll continue talking with the insurers about that. We're looking for the practice model to be codified so that this can move forward in ways that it's not moving forward now. As far as retaining the bill, the psychologists do not currently support retaining this bill. We are asking this bill be passed. However, it is my understanding that the committee has agreed to not exec this right off and to give us a few weeks to keep talking. We would very much appreciate that, and we'll keep working diligently during that period. If at the end of that period we're still trying to get stuff together, we might recommend retention at that point. The biggest concern, though, with retaining the bill is we've been working on this for 9 months or so. If we're going to work on this for another 6 to 9 months, there needs to be something that's going to be different. I think the worst thing that could happen is to retain this bill and come back in November, and when you folks say to us, well, what are you recommending now? What's different? We don't have an answer for you. So there needs to be a clear goal that we and the insurance companies can agree on in order for us to support retaining the bill, so we know what we're working towards. And in that case, that might be an appropriate outcome at this point. And with that, I will stop talking.
Okay, Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions and testifying. You mentioned that it's a practice bill, and I guess practice can have two different meanings in this context. And then you also mentioned model legislation, and it was referenced that no other state had this bill. So is the goal to take model legislation, you want to create the first bill of its kind? This is what I'm hearing, and maybe you could either let me know if it's accurate. And then when you have one state adopting it, you can go to other states and say, do the same thing. Is that the goal, the purpose of this bill?
Thank you very much for the question. No, that's not the purpose of the bill. We've already missed the boat. This is already existing in Montana. We are moving forward on this because we believe it's a viable model. And we believe, I represent the psychologist. That's the answer to Mr. Falvable's question is, why does this mention psychologists? Because I represent the psychologists. It's not that, LICSWs could be part of this. Other professionals could be part of this. My recommendation to the psychologist was to start small. My concern was if we came into health, which is where we really expected to be, but if we came into health or commerce saying we want to add this professional, this professional, this professional, and this professional, it would be more problematic than saying we want to add this professional group and let's try it and see how it works. So that was my recommendation to them. No, this is not intended to be a beachhead where we go across the country and get this in every state. This is intended to introduce a model that we think will be beneficial to the citizens of New Hampshire in New Hampshire.
Just one quick.
Further question may inquire.
So when you said the word practice bill,
Yeah.
could you just clarify what that means just for my layman's ears? Thanks.
Absolutely. So when I say practice, what I mean is the clinical practice of psychology. So we see this as a bill that enhances the clinical practice of psychology vis-a-vis primary care medicine. That's how we see this. So that's when I say clinical practice, that's what I mean.
So, this is an insurance committee, and this bill is in the insurance section. So we don't generally do practice in the insurance section. We usually take a practice that occurs and then mandates third-party coverage.
Which is why we were surprised that it was vacated from health.
But that the way the bill is written, this is an insurance bill because it's in the insurance statute. Is there anything else in the insurance statute that's practice and not something? I mean, I guess my take, to be frank, is that if it's a practice, then the people you should be talking to are the Board of Medicine and the medical directors of insurance companies, because they're the ones that approve practices. They're the ones who say, this is what we're going to do, as I call the cookbook. This is what we do for each thing. So to me, that's the way you go. Not necessarily come to us for third-party reimbursement for something that is kind of fuzzy. You need to get them to say, yes, this is what we want to do.
With due respect, Mr. Chair, the medical directors of insurance companies certainly do authorize what practices they'll reimburse for. The legislature authorizes what practices can occur in the state. Again, this was in Senate Health. It was, and I hear what you're saying about being an insurance statute. I will acknowledge that I missed that. That's on me. But when it went to House Health initially, we thought it was an appropriate placement for the bill because we saw it as a practice bill. Yes, there are a couple of insurance pieces that it's commented on, but we saw this primarily as a practice bill. So I will take full responsibility for missing that, and my apologies.
Because ever since the first day I arrived on this committee, I've gone through every single type of mental health practice, and has been a mandate that we get that third-party reimbursement, and no one's ever said that was a practice bill. Everybody says this is an insurance mandate. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. DeJoy? Seeing none? I have no more cards. We will close the public hearing. We have one more bill left. We will hear from Senator Rosewald's staffer. Yes. So introduce your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Gallagher. I am Senator Rosenwald's assistant, and she has asked me to introduce her bill because unfortunately she had a conflict. So with your indulgence, I'd like to introduce Senate Bill 243. I'm pleased to introduce Senate Bill 243 to create a study committee to look at whether New Hampshire should consider moving from the Federal Health Benefit Exchange, known as healthcare.gov, to a state exchange for people who purchase health insurance in the individual market. As you recall, when the Affordable Care Act was enacted 13 years ago, states were given a choice whether to create their own exchange or to sign on with the federal exchange. New Hampshire made the choice, and I think it was the correct one, to go with the federal exchange as a way to save money and administrative hurdles. But here we are, more than a decade later, and the industry has developed commercial software platform solutions that are available to states. These are market-tested solutions that work and can save states money. In New Hampshire's case, we could save up to $5 million a year on the fees we now pay to use the federal exchange. Those funds, which could potentially be matched with federal funds, could be used to lower health insurance premiums in the individual market. Last year, the Senate passed on a voice vote Senate Bill 121, which directed the Insurance Department to evaluate the issue and determine the impact on premiums and whether we would achieve better control over the insurance market and possibly better health outcomes. The House Commerce Committee decided to refer the bill for interim study and suggested it come back as a study committee. So, Senate Bill 243 sets up a study committee to look at the risks and benefits of a state exchange. Thank you very much, and I believe there are some folks here that are better suited than myself to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to wait so long for you to be able to testify, but thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Okay, Chair will call on Peter Bragdon, representing Get Insured. In support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good to see you all again. For the record, my name is Peter Bragdon. I'm a senior policy advisor with Tready Strategies, and I have some handouts too that I'll.
All right. And former Senate president, too.
Thank you, former constituent of mine. Let's see. So here on behalf of Get Insured, Get Insured is one of the several companies around the country that provides state exchange software. As Senator Rosenwald's testimony indicated, back when the Affordable Care Act was first passed, states were required to put together basically a computer system to allow individuals to shop for ACA compliant insurance policies. And the states had two options. They could build their own system known as a state-based exchange, or they could hook up with the federal exchange known as healthcare.gov. And as your chairman noted, I was Senate president at the time when that happened. I remember it quite well. And we were all very concerned at the time that New Hampshire did not have the resources or the knowledge to construct their own state exchange. And in fact, a few states who tried to do their own exchange back in the early days spectacularly failed at it because they just don't have the expertise to do it. But here we are now 13 years later. And so there are 19 states that now use a state exchange, with more added each year. In the last few years, we've had Virginia, Maine, Kentucky, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey have all switched to a state exchange. Next year, Georgia will switch to a state exchange, and there's active legislation in Texas, Oregon, Alabama, and Illinois. These are a broad spectrum of states. They're red states, they're blue states, they're big states, small states. This is not a Dr. Seuss story. We won't go any further with the rhymes. But you can see it's very broad. It's not a single issue. And states decide to do this for various reasons. One, it can save money. Two, it can give local control over the data and design a system that works best for you. And in fact, a few things have been seen as benefits to it, and those are listed probably on lines 13 through 18 of the bill. Some of the benefits we've seen in states that switch to a state exchange are increased enrollment, and more interestingly, the enrollment that comes to them is a healthier, younger population, which if you want a healthy insurance market, what you want to have is younger, healthier people joining the pool. Increased enrollment, reduced premiums, economic benefits to the markets, as I mentioned, with healthier, younger people joining, improved access to data. Right now, we use a one-size-fits-all federal exchange, healthcare.gov. There's at least a 1-month lag in receiving data from them, and it's not anything that's terribly useful for making policy decisions. Whereas if we had control of the data ourselves, we could make decisions based on what we're seeing in the marketplace. And stronger state control over health insurance reform. In the item I passed out, there's a quote at the bottom from the director of the Idaho state exchange, focusing on that local control piece. It's not a one-size-fits-all. A good example of that is during the COVID pandemic, under the federal marketplace, the healthcare.gov, states were not allowed, New Hampshire was not allowed to increase its open enrollment period. Other states that had a state exchange, almost all of them expanded their open enrollment period for people to get insurance because of the turmoil in the marketplace with respect to COVID. And what they saw as a result was, as I mentioned, younger, healthier people coming into the pool, which made it better for everybody. So by having some state control, you can make the rules. So that's all well and good. This is not a bill to mandate or to create a state exchange. There was a bill last year to do that, as Senator Rosenwald had testified. And it was deemed that that bill was to direct the department to go ahead and do it. If you think it's good, go ahead and do it. And this committee wisely felt, I know there's been a good deal of turnover in this committee since then, this committee wisely felt that, wait a minute, this is not a decision a department of the state should be making. This is a legislative policy decision. But they also determined we don't know enough about this yet. The best idea would be to have a study committee formed next year to do this, and hence this bill. So it lays out the types of things to look for on lines 13 to 18. Look at those potential benefits. Make sure that what I tell you is true. Lines 19 and 20 should study some potential risks and liabilities, right? There's always a risk and reward situation. And then starting on line 22 and working way down, just some special things to consider. What are the startup costs, right? There's going to be some money that's going to cost us to set this up. Some options to offset those costs. I know the federal government provides a $2 million grant to states to do their own exchange. And in many cases, what you end up doing is doing an RFP for someone to run the exchange. It's usually like a 5 or 6 year contract, and allowing them to put the startup costs into that. So there's no upfront money from the state. So there's all kinds of things that can be looked into. Most of these options you see on lines 20 through 30 are things that came up at last year's committee hearing. So we put them in here just to say, let's make sure we look at this. A question was asked about, well, what about states? What states have switched from federal to state? Have any states switched from state to federal? Yes, they have. Most of them have now switched back to state. But let's get some history of it so we know we're making the right decision. But as of now, there's a robust competitive market of off-the-shelf software solutions that can be customized. So it's not like a state has to go and build their own exchange. There's products and services out there amongst a variety of companies. And so anyways, this bill comes about as a result of the proposal last year, and this committee determined really needed more information to make what is certainly a legislative policy decision versus a decision. And I don't think the department wants to make that decision either. They prefer that the legislature set the policy. So I think that's about it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Spear.
So there is a software, of which you're also involved, I guess, that will set up the exchange. So my question is, the software gets tailored for the specific state that you're in and what the state's goals are and what they want to do. But the basic part of the software remains the core of the software, I guess, and that doesn't change. What percentage of the software is going to have to get tailored for us?
Thank
for
you.
any state?
Yeah,
What do you see as your experience?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not 100% sure, but I would say a majority of the core is the same. It's a place, it's a marketplace for buyers and sellers to exchange information about their wares and set people up. Some of the things that do change, though, are states determine what their open enrollment periods are going to be, for instance. States can determine a lot of other various parameters, but most of the ones out there, and I represent one company that does this, there are several. But I think on all of them, the core functionality is the same basic thing. And then the extra bells and whistles are things like that the state wants to do. But I don't know much more than that. But that's one of the things, that's why that's listed in here, is the ability of the state to customize it. To what degree is that flexibility there? And this, by the way, this would typically, and I think it would have to anyways, if the state were to decide to pursue this, then an RFP would be issued, request for proposals for companies to bid on doing this. So I represent one company that does this. This in no way guarantees that my company is the one that ends up being selected, though I certainly hope it is.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand there would have to be an RFP, so we wouldn't necessarily be buying your company's software if we go in the direction of this bill. But just for an example, and I should say I speak from personal experience, having been involved with this in the federal government, if the state were to buy your company's software, and if after our state agency starts using it to, for a state exchange, if the state agency then needed to make some kind of a change in the software, would it be possible for the state agency to make that change on its own? Or would the state agency have to go back to your company every single time and pay your company again every single time to make any change that needed to be made?
Thank you for the question. I can't say for sure, but I'm going to guess that like most types of software like this, that any changes that have to be made probably need to be made by the vendor. Now, out of college, I started a software company, grew it to the Inc. 500 list of fastest growing companies in the country. And so I'm a little bit familiar with the software development process. And the key to all that is to meet beforehand and get all your specifications ironed out in advance. So what you have is what you want. And then when the contracts come up for renewal, try and build in additional features then.
Further question.
Thank you. Would you believe that it is impossible to plan everything in advance, and that an agency may in fact end up working with software which is very difficult for staff to use because it is so expensive to go back to the vendor?
Thank you for the would you believe. And I do think that's obviously, if this committee was, in their wisdom, chose to move this bill along, that would be one thing the study committee should look at, is to what degree is it customizable and what's been the experience of other states with their vendors.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, I think it's a great idea to study this and to see where we go, but I'm seeing that in the bill. I guess I'd like your opinion. It's saying that on this committee is going to be somebody from the Senate and 3 members of the House of Representatives. This is a lot. I mean, the information is pretty detailed and would seem to need some expertise in the field. And I know it says that they may bring people in to testify, whatnot. Do you think that lay people can answer all these questions in a committee?
I think the committee can get information from various sources, including the vendors, including the Department of Insurance. I believe the department's testifying after this, and there's some resources that they have already from some work they've already done. So I think so. It's, if they were asking the committee to design the software, I think that would be a different situation. But you're being asked. And that was one of the situations, I believe it was the state of Oregon. They set up this exchange to develop. They wanted to develop their own thing back in 2014, and the person in charge of it was a doctor. Nothing against doctors, but had no experience in information technology. And so this is really, if you're doing that, you would want some expertise. I do think, having served in the legislature, that this is exactly the type of thing that a legislative committee would be able to do with the correct information being provided.
Thank you.
You'd think with 424 members, we could come up with 4 people who could.
Are you
would
volunteering,
have a
Mr. Chairman?
computer. It ain't me. I just sold personal computers. That's
I know
all
you did.
I know.
I think I bought some stuff off of you way back in the
Way
day.
back when.
Way back.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. The last card, DJ. Until DeJoy shows up. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I promise to go quick. It's always tough being the last person of the day, sitting between you and getting to go home or do something fun, potentially. I'm going to try very hard to not be repetitive, but former Senator Bragdon is correct. I think the genesis of this bill came out of the discussion that took place in the last term. The bill at that time would have directed the department to begin the state down the path of a state-based exchange. It put us in a very unusual situation of having to make some policy decisions. That's typically not what state agencies do, or at least not what they're supposed to do. That is your purview. So we had pointed that out, and at the time, Senator Bradley had said, okay, you're making some good points. We appreciate that. Could you go and do some studying for us? And so we did. And so I've passed out the report that we did as a department and the memo that accompanied that report. And I guess that leads into the first point I would make, and I will just say that we will partake in whatever the legislature directs us to do. We will be as helpful as we possibly can. But if you're going to go down the path of studying this again, then what I would ask you to do is to review the study that we did and identify those areas that you feel we did not cover adequately, or areas that still need further research, because I think that would make the exercise a lot more fruitful for all of you. Obviously, the study was done last year. It was done under a somewhat tight time frame. I think Senator Bradley had given us about a month or 2. So there probably are some areas that you've got to look at. I would just say, though, that be aware that transitioning to a state-based exchange or a state-based model is a complex undertaking. We are, as was mentioned, 13 years into the current process. New Hampshire's individual market fluctuates between 50,000 to 55,000 individuals. It'll be interesting to see what happens to that number as the state goes through the Medicaid redetermination process. But for the bulk of those individuals, there's now that 13 years worth of experience with the current system. And I think the first thing you have to consider is, are you going to be able to create a model and an experience for the consumer that is going to be as good, at minimum, or better, which is what I assume the goal here is. And the states that I've talked to who have gone down this path have told me is, you want to go into it with clear objections as to what you hope to achieve. So things like, are you looking to increase enrollment? Are you looking to improve customer experience? Those types of broad goals can help guide you as you consider whether or not this is a pathway you want to go down. I don't know precisely what that would be in New Hampshire. We'd have to probably take a look at that and see where the underserved populations are, how a state-based exchange could potentially get into those populations. And that would have to be part of this work as well, because if you're going to tailor something, you have to know what you're trying to tailor it to achieve. What I come back to, and again, we'll do whatever you ask us to do. I think the last key threshold question regards liability. And I know that that's something that was incorporated into one of the aims of the study committee as a result of our testimony in the Senate. And that is obviously the federal government currently bears the responsibility for the exchange. And in transitioning to a state-based exchange, the state will then assume that liability to produce and maintain a system that is superior to the current one. That's the goal. That's going to be the challenge, how you do that. So just bear that in mind as you move forward with this. Think about some of those goals. Think about, as I said, some of the things that you feel we either didn't cover or did not adequately cover in the report that we did. And I think it would serve the study committee well to incorporate those things in, to give them good guidance as to what you're looking for. Presumably in the future, you'll get that report and you may decide to go down the path of a state-based exchange. And I think that if the report is focused on what you're hoping to achieve, it'll make that process better for you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. Does this report have a list of with the complaints of what our current system? Do we have any handle on how many complaints or the nature of our complaints or
No, the
any
study doesn't do
issues
that.
that anybody would have?
No. Nope, the study didn't get into that. We didn't have time to do all of that.
But is
that
that
may-
possible? You could do that in the next week to
Sure. Well, one of the things we certainly could do is I could go to our consumer division and say,
Yeah.
guys, I'd like you to pull all of the complaints that we've received about the individual market.
Right.
And then from there, take a look at how many of those complaints stem from something to do with the
Right,
the
exactly. In terms of the problem solver,
Yep.
because I would have to say to the whole committee, and when I first got on this committee, we had 5,000 people, 5,000 lives in the individual market. We never got, I think even when we brought back medical underwriting, I think we didn't get even up to 10. When Anthem was forced into the marketplace, I think is when we started to peak, and they were like 12.5. The fact that we're at 55 means we have way outdone ourselves in terms of the effectiveness of this program in reaching New Hampshire citizens. Would you believe? And would you believe that I'm a little skits about trying to throw out the baby here when without really knowing that there's some fundamental problem with our software, with our system, given that success that we have had here in the state of New Hampshire.
I would believe that you believe that.
Representative Herbert.
I have a high skeptical level when transferring, privatizing a federal government policy. So I'm department, and so would be interested in knowing or getting some unbiased opinion as to how well the existing system has operated, and like the chair, it will be very hard to convince me that we should take on this responsibility and privatize it and end up having to pay for a private for-profit company, whereas we apparently have a fairly decent system already in place from the federal government. And so I just
Would you
throw that
believe?
out there. Would you
Would you-
believe? I have to.
Would
be
you believe he
convinced.
agrees with me?
Yeah, would you believe? I agree with the chairman.
I've done something special today.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for testifying to us. My question was about your report. So I'm fixated on the date of the report due in the bill. So it's November 1st, 2023. So just knowing the legislative process, the bill might get signed June or July. It takes a month or two, or sometimes 3 to appoint people. It's only 2, maybe 3 months tops that this study commission would have, and it's only 3.
Well, actually, this is because it's only legislators,
Yeah, so
and
it's
they would get appointed pretty quickly. So it just means legislators who are willing to work during the summer.
Oh, okay, okay. But it's 3 House reps and 1 senator.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to figure out the potential workload compared to what you went through in the department. How many people worked on this? How long did it take? What kind of resources did it require?
So it's a very good question. So as you'll see in the report, we did use one of our contracted folks to help us with the report. We had to do that because of the tight timeline. We could not have put a report of that quality, as short as it is, in that amount of time. I would suspect that a similar dynamic would probably unfold here. The legislators would probably call our department in for some expertise, and we would turn around and ask our contractors for some help as well. So we'll try to move as quickly as possible, but I think that given the enormity of and the number of things to consider, I don't know that you want to rush. You know, I think there are a number of different analyses. Representative Herbert brought up a point, you know, if you're looking to increase enrollment, and of course, I think that's a goal that we all share. We want as many people to have coverage in New Hampshire as possible. But I think you've also got to appreciate what does that look like exactly. So you have younger folks who are presumably on their parents' insurance until 26, or they're in the CHIP program. So that's that population. Then you've got obviously seniors, and New Hampshire is an older state, so you've got your Medicare population. Then you've got your Medicaid population, and obviously that's going through a little bit of a transition as redetermination happens. So what is the total pool of people, given a state the size of New Hampshire, 1.35 million people approximately? You know, what is the pool of people that you are looking to get? Because as we know, the vast majority of folks get their coverage through their employer. So what's left? You know, you'll want to understand what is that number.
Who's going to track that out? Because I remember when I was on the board of Healthy Kids, the last number I heard was 120. It was 120,000 New Hampshire citizens who had no coverage whatsoever.
Yeah. And the question is, how long ago was that?
And that was a while ago.
Yeah,
That
was
was a
that
while ago.
before or after the state expanded Medicaid?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. This is when the S-chip, because Healthy Kids, we were folded out and rolled it into the foundation.
Right.
So I know there are somebodies out there who've been doing the survey, because I get the survey every once in a while. They call me on my phone, but you know, so it would be interesting to get
Yep.
that number also.
Yep, you'd want the most.
You should be
accurate
able to get
number.
that number pretty quickly.
We probably could, but that's
Okay.
yet another example of something that you want to consider.
Absolutely.
And then once you've got that population, you're going to want to understand, you know, okay, do we have 55,000 of those people covered? Great. We'll move on. So what's left at that point? And what are the particular characteristics of that demographic and that population? And why are we not able to reach them today with the current system, number one? And then number two, if you move to a state-based exchange with some of the modules that you can tailor, will it be effective in reaching those people? You know, those are all the types of considerations that I think if you want to approach whether or not to go or no go in the future, you're going to want to have all of that information at your disposal.
Yeah, because I always heard there was a 10% naysayers. They'll just won't do anything. But
Yeah. Oh.
I think Spirited. Okay. Yeah.
No, this is probably just a would you believe, but I think there are many people that are not enrolled because they can't afford it, even with ACAs. So if they can come up with a better alternative, a cheaper alternative, but still cover as much as ACA, then
Sure. I mean, if the overhead to do it is cheaper, that's obviously a plus. I don't know how much of that would actually work its way into premiums for the consumer. That would have to be
And we
determined.
subsidize it as it is. The state
Sure.
already subsidizes
Yep.
it.
You know, obviously the federal government has enhanced the financial supports to people. In recent years, the state's 1332 waiver has been highly effective in bringing premiums down in the individual market. I know it's a hard one for you. We're going to talk about that in a few more years, Representative Hunt. But to that point, I'll take savings wherever I can find them, and I'm sure that that's a philosophy that you all share. The question is, does it counterbalance the liability? And does it actually end up working its way into premiums in a way that substantively lowers costs for consumers to a point where they're motivated to go and get coverage?
Okay. Representative Priscelli?
With all due respect, I think that this study commission would probably need some significant expertise in the area. So how much would it cost to hire the consultants that would be required to really have a study that has some accurate information that we could act on?
Well, it would all depend on the scope. It would depend on the scope of the work that you're looking for. Obviously, the larger the scope, the more would be needed. I don't know what our current line is with our consultants. If you wanted us to dip into our funding for that, that would have to be determined by the committee.
I think we would probably need some guideline, something for the subcommittee on that subject. But this is, we do assess insurance companies and pays for this fund. But be aware that you already are potentially looking at 2 bills today that will also be tapping into that fund for them to do that financial analysis. The 2 bills we heard today to use the Murphy Law. So, okay.
Thank you so much.
And yes, thank you. So we'll give Peter one more try for old time's sake.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot probably the most important thing. I was looking at my notes and I looked away and then I missed it. So, and talking about the finances. So, for the privilege of using healthcare.gov, the federal government charges a 2.75% commission on everything sold on that. Experience has shown in other states that the state exchanges can run for about half of that. So in New Hampshire's case, that would be about a $4 million savings. The federal government offers a 3-to-1, sometimes 4-to-1 match if you take the money saved on the exchange and plow it into areas that either further reduce premiums or increase enrollment. So we just mentioned the 1332 waiver, which is funded by basically a tax on insurance policies. It's possible that you could structure something where you take the savings from a state exchange, get the federal match, offset those savings in and not have to tax all policies in the state. So there's things that can be done to help reduce insurance rates for everybody, including those on the individual market. But that is there's a 2.75% charge. It's been as high as 3.5%.
They did bring it down.
And they brought it down to 2.75. So it's been as low as 2.25. So there is a potential leveraging of significant dollars that can be used to reduce premiums or expand coverage. So I forgot to point that out.
That's a good point. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all set. I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 243. Following Wednesday, we'll have the other 2 subcommittees will then meet, and at the